think he would have been a little bit repulsed by him, actually, or maybe seen a lot of himself in Beethoven as well. And probably in a jealous way, Mozart would have seen and known that Beethoven was going to have the kind of success that he somehow never has.
And so this program, it starts with Beethoven's music of Beethoven's time, but it really does go through the ages, doesn't it?
Yes.
And the I suppose the enormous challenge for composers to follow in the footsteps.
That is so well put. The anxiety of influence at this point, especially for Beethoven as a symphonic composer for the symphonies, is just massive. But also it shines a light on the wonderful anxiety of influence that people like Beethoven and Ries had vis-a-vis Mozart, because they all were in awe of Mozart. And you can hear, especially in the piano concerto, Ries and Beethoven famously went to the premiere of the Mozart C minor concerto and said to themselves, we will never top this. This is the greatest thing that's ever been done. So you see Beethoven and Ries, Beethoven trying to match Mozart, Ries trying to match Beethoven. Schubert and Beethoven have this kind of very odd relationship in the 1820s as well. Schubert is very interested in Rossini, but then, of course, Schubert has to write symphonies, and they need to be as good as Beethoven's symphonies. So it's all this wonderful melting pot of influences, and this program shines such a light on that.
And I know that you're sitting in front of I'm going to call it a traditional grand piano for want of a better description, but this is not actually your chosen instrument, and it's not the instrument that you will be playing with the ACO. You're actually playing on a forte piano.
That's right.
Which is...
This is a copy of a forte piano from 1825 from Vienna, and this is the kind of classic concert grand of the early 19th century. It's a wooden instrument, essentially, with tiny leather-covered hammers. It's incredibly light action, and it has straight stringing throughout.
It would have a greater impact if we could put it in a typical kind of background, like a village in Papua New Guinea, because that was relatable to our people and our communities. So thankfully, the film crew had the opportunity to go back to the village and, create the story there. And I guess it was more about really connecting to every Papua New Guinean from a place of their heart, from something that connects to their heart. And that's why we chose to go back to the village, just to create that connection.
In that film, the story talks about the perpetrators and the victims, but the victim, who was mainly a woman and also a member of the LGBTQ community, but the perpetrator was himself a victim from his father and his grandfather and great-grandfather. So the story doesn't just start with the young person, is it?
Yes, exactly. And that's the thing that I guess we miss, or we don't realize about the occurrence of family violence, is that often it's actually something that's intergenerational. And a lot of research today indicates that whether you become a perpetrator of family violence or a victim of family violence, it's usually something that you've experienced or you've been subjected to as a child, that eventually leads people to somehow either eventually in their adult life become perpetrators or victims. And so that's where we really wanted to show the impacts of intergenerational trauma. For us to come to a place of healing, we have to kind of step away from just pointing fingers, but realizing that collectively we are victims in some way, shape, or form. Yeah, so that's how, I guess, the perpetrator in the film, we're also able to show his story that he became a perpetrator because of the consequences of intergenerational trauma.
In PNG communities, and I guess the Pacific Island communities, family violence is something that people don't usually talk about. Is that how you see it too?
Yes. It's very taboo to talk about. Despite being normalized, it's kind of like we know it's there and we accept it, but we're not allowed to speak up about it. I think it's when you try to speak up about it or against it, there's just a lot of shame around it. Yeah, so it's like we know it's there, but we don't want to talk about it. And so even us trying to start this project, we did get a lot of backlash from the community, a lot of fears and concerns, and you could feel a sense of shame that although everyone knows it's something very common amongst us, it wasn't something anyone really was prepared to talk about.
That's executive producer of Wounded Warriors, Micheline Erbs, speaking there to Caroline Tiraman. And if you're in an abusive situation or if you know someone who is, once again, you can call 1-800-RESPECT, which is 1-800-737-732. If it's an emergency, of course, you can call 000. The endangered golden-rayed blue butterfly is found exclusively in the Wimmera region of Victoria, and it only has eyes for one plant. That's just one plant, which plays chef and nanny to its young. Fully grown, the butterfly is the size of a 10-cent piece. Now, Zoos Victoria is working with the Dalkey Gariga Native Nursery at Whale to provide more habitat for the golden-rayed blue butterfly. The nursery's operations manager, Elizabeth Mace, says they're hoping to encourage the local community to get on board with the project.
Zoos Victoria have been working with the local land care networks and also us at the Dalkey Gariga Native Nursery to reintroduce 4,000 creeping bibiella plants into their natural habitat.
Now, I understand, this butterfly is a very fussy eater, so this is the only thing it can eat, yeah?
Yeah, this butterfly is a really fussy eater. It does only feed on the Myoporium parvifolium, or the creeping bibiella, as we know, and it is native to the Wimmera Mallee, so it's quite a unique, fussy little butterfly that's definitely in danger.
And so what's been your role? Why has it fallen on you to try and save this butterfly?
Well, it's the right thing to do, for starters. But I'm the operations manager at the nursery, and Zoos Victoria had identified that the Myoporium was its only food source, and then they needed to get quite a lot out into the ecosystem again, and we have the capacity to be able to do that at the Dalkey Gariga Nursery. So we're really keen to work with them and to increase the habitats with ongoing replenishment.
And why has the habitat been reduced so significantly?
Well, you know, we could sit and wax lyrical about it, but ultimately the nice, easy way to talk about it is the waterways and the natural flow has been kind of interrupted, and in its natural state, the Myoporium parvifolium breaks off really easy. It's very easily propagated. So the water would have rushed down in a hurry, or a stick would have hit it, and the Myoporium would have snapped off, and then when it got down to the next waterway or the next pond or the next billabong or the next little creek, it would have established itself and created a population for it. But because we have interrupted that, we have to kind of make it better.
How long until you know whether your efforts are rewarded with results, Elizabeth?
Yeah, how long? How long is a piece of string? I keep thinking I'm seeing the butterflies, but my friends at the Zoos Vic are going to be so annoyed with me. I've got butterflies in my freezer going, is this one? Is this one? But there's been a good planting and there's been a really good establishment, and they've been able to have quite a few surveys, and we're putting in another 2,000 plants this year. So hopefully, if everyone gets on board too, because it was actually identified as being in someone's backyard, so that's great.
That's Elizabeth Mace from the Dalkey Gariga Native Nursery at Whale, speaking to Sammy J on ABC Radio in Melbourne. Time now to get the latest in sport with Fraser Fife.
Thanks, Sarah. Well, American golfer and world number one Scotty Scheffler has won the USPGA's Players' Championship in Florida by a stroke, becoming the first player in golf history to win back-to-back titles. Earlier, I spoke with golf writer Jimmy Emanuel to provide some context for Scheffler's achievement.
Oh, it's huge, realistically. I mean, we've been playing the Players' Championship for 50 years. This is the 50th playing, and no one has ever defended the title. So that shows how big it is. You know, the best players in the world have won this tournament, but no one's ever won it back-to-back, and that is such an impressive achievement. And he was a fair way back at different stages. He was a bit injured on Friday as well. So to do this and win this morning was so impressive.
With that result, he has sort of solidified his grip atop the world rankings and established himself as the man to beat. Is there anyone that can actually challenge his reign at the top?
With the way he's been playing golf for the last probably 18 months and the way he's now putting, probably not. I mean, he's been hitting the golf ball better than anyone has in a long, long time. So the only thing that's been missing has been the putter. Rory McIlroy suggested to him to try a mallet putter, and he's been putting good since. I think Rory might be regretting that suggestion very much, but he's been playing so well and heading into the first major at the Masters, he's going to be hard to stop. Rory's the other player with that ability, and then also when we get to the majors, we get the live players coming back into the fold. So there might be a few from there, but if he plays the way he played on Sunday at the Players, it's very hard to beat him.
Well, speaking of the Live Tour, that was one of the talking points heading into the tournament about the fracturing of the playing group. Do you think that the fact that some of the world's best golfers weren't participating in the Players' Championship maybe takes some of the shine off of his achievement?
I don't think so. There's a lot of discussion around whether, wins without every single player that could maybe compete in these events has an asterisk. So you can only beat the players you're playing against and the guys that are teeing it up. Now, we would love to have maybe every field have all the best players, but this is the way it is at the moment. You can only beat the players you're playing against, and that's what he did. The Players' Championship is still one of the prized sort of events in men's professional golf, and he's won 2 of them in a row. So I don't think Scotty Scheffler will be thinking about that as he celebrates win number 2 at all.
Now, I suppose moving forward just on the Live PGA situation, is that expected to be solved anytime soon? It just seems like a constant talk.
But it's going to be a constant talking point until we get there.
And finally, Jimmy, how would you rate things from an Australian point of view after the
year? This year, he's had a few struggles over the last couple of years, and he won last year, and he's sort of coming back. He looked really good at times. He finished 35th. Adam Scott, Mr. Consistency, makes a lot of cuts at the Players, and he loves Augusta. Minwoo Lee wasn't at his best, but he did have some bright spots. So we've got a lot of good players. You bring Cam Smith in from the Live side, and we'll have some good contenders going into Augusta, and hopefully they can, make it work and get over the line.
That was golf writer Jimmy Emanuel speaking to me earlier about Scotty Scheffler's historic win at the Players' Championship in Florida. Sarah?
Fraser Fife, thank you. Checking in with the weather forecast for tomorrow, Tuesday the 19th of March. A shower or 2 for Brisbane with a top of 29. Shower 2 for Sydney too. And Canberra, top of 28. In Hobart, a shower or 2 and becoming windy tomorrow. In Melbourne, showers developing and windy. In Adelaide, a shower or 2. Fine in Perth, though, with a top of 28 and partly cloudy in Darwin with a top of 33 degrees. That's it from me, Sarah Dingle. Laura Chillingiri will be with you after the news.
ABC News with Glenn Lauder. The Northern Territory's Emergency Services Minister says severe tropical cyclone Megan has moved more quickly than expected following the failure of attempts to evacuate the coastal community of Borroloola. Hundreds of residents of the remote community gathered at the airport to be flown to Darwin, but wind, rain and low visibility caused Defence Force pilots to call off the evacuation. The cyclones recently made landfall east of Borroloola. The Minister, Brent Potters, says they acted on the best information available.
The advice that we got yesterday was that we had until 10 p.m. this evening or until early Tuesday morning before that cyclone would likely hit that location. This cyclone has moved faster and has developed quicker into its Category 3 than we initially anticipated.
Israeli forces have launched an overnight raid on the Al-Shifa hospital in northern Gaza. Here's Chelsea Hetherington.
The Israeli military has announced it's conducting what it calls a precise operation at Al-Shifa hospital, claiming senior Hamas terrorists have regrouped there and are using it to launch attacks. The IDF's military spokesperson, Rear Admiral Daniel Hagari, says it demands immediate action.
Our war is against Hamas, not against the people of Gaza. We seek no harm to the civilians that Hamas is hiding behind, which is why we will conduct this operation with caution and care.
Israeli forces first stormed the complex in November last year and has long accused Hamas of using medical facilities as cover for its operations. Hamas denies this.
New Zealand's Prime Minister Christopher Luxon has hailed the strong ties between his country and China after meeting with China's Foreign Minister Wang Yi in Wellington. Mr Wang earlier met with his New Zealand counterpart Winston Peters to discuss issues of mutual interest, with trade high on the agenda. Mr Wang's first trip to New Zealand in 7 years as part of a regional tour that will also see him meet with Australia's Foreign Minister Penny Wong on Wednesday. Mr Luxon says the meetings have been positive.
Our work together with China is really critical to us in building our relationships out across the region. It's been 51 years now of a very strong relationship built on very good diplomatic relationship between China and New Zealand, and we look to continue to build on that relationship.
Police have labelled a Melbourne woman who pulled 3 unconscious swimmers from the water at a beach near Apollo Bay in Victoria's West a hero. Here's Angus Delaney.
Brianna Hurst was on holiday when she noticed a group of swimmers in trouble at the unpatrolled Marengo Beach. Without hesitation, she swam out, pulling all 3 ashore one by one. The men were all aged in their 20s. Victoria Police Senior Sergeant Stephen Bull says Miss Hurst put herself at risk retrieving the swimmers.
There's no other word that I can use other than heroic.
While one man died at the scene, one remains in a serious condition. The other is now stable. Ms. Hurst said she's glad she could help.
I hate to imagine what would have happened if I wasn't there.
26 drownings this summer in Victoria make it the deadliest ever recorded.
The Queensland government's ruled out building a new multi-billion-dollar stadium at Brisbane's Victoria Park. Here's state political reporter Kate McKenna.
An independent review of infrastructure for the 2032 Olympic and Paralympic Games recommended replacing the Gabba rebuild plan with the new stadium at Victoria Park. But Premier Stephen Miles says the government won't be accepting that suggestion.
I had heard from Queenslanders that $2.7 billion at the Gabba was too much. So I know that for Queenslanders, $3.4 billion at Victoria Park will be too much.
Instead, the government will spend funds upgrading Lang Park to host the opening and closing ceremonies, the Queensland Sports and Athletics Centre to host athletics, and a modest enhancement of the Gabba.
The government's accepted 27 of the report's recommendations. A hearing's considering the amount of compensation to be awarded after Qantas was found guilty of illegally firing workers during the COVID pandemic. Last September, Qantas was found guilty of unjustly firing more than 1,500 staff and then outsourcing their jobs. Transport Workers Union Secretary Michael Caine says it's time for Qantas to pay back the affected workers.
These workers have been dragged to hell and back. They've had to deal with Qantas crowing in the last 18 months about a $3.72 billion underlying profit.
The global campaigning network Greenpeace could be thrown out of the UN body overseeing controversial plans to begin deep-sea mining. The mining firm, the Metal Company, says the campaign group disrupted a research expedition in the remote Pacific and has accused it of being anti-science. Member states of the UN's International Seabed Association could choose to strip Greenpeace of its observer status within the group in response. ABC News.
You're listening to ABC News Radio.
Hello, Laura Chilingirian coming to you from Gadigal Land on this Monday, the 18th of March. Coming up on the program, severe tropical cyclone Megan makes landfall in remote NT. The local election fallout in Queensland as Tasmanians prepare to head to the polls this weekend. And one of the English-speaking world's biggest pop stars sets social media ablaze by singing in Punjabi. That's coming up. But first, tropical cyclone Megan has made landfall along the Carpentaria coast in the Northern Territory, bringing winds up to around 200 kilometres an hour and torrential rain. The Category 3 system has slowly been moving south through the Gulf. 700 people from in and around the remote community of Borroloola have been attempting to evacuate to Darwin on RAAF flights, but the Defence Force has cancelled those flights, saying the weather was just too dangerous for planes to land. Residents of Borroloola are now being told to shelter in place, with authorities saying there are enough buildings on community to withstand a Category 3 system. Ash Garner is a local in Borroloola.
Fairly windy, a lot of rain, a lot more rain than I sort of first expected, but not too bad.
Yeah, and the good news is it looks like it's going to veer a little south of you now, so it'll just skirt the destructive core. You'll only get the outer ring of that.
Yeah, that's what we're expecting, mate, which is quite good news considering people weren't able to be evacuated today. We're pretty thankful for that.
But you're expecting things are going to get a little wilder over the next few hours?
Yeah, for sure, mate, but we're all bunkered down here and, we're fairly used to it here, so no, I think we should be all good.
Yeah, and so why did you make the decision to stay?
Well, I actually just travelled back into Borroloola, mate. I am in charge of a fairly substantial fishing club just down the road with quite a lot of residents there, and we've had to disconnect the power and evacuate everyone from that area. So I've come back in early so I can try and get back in there as soon as the cyclone passes so that we can get the power and water and everything running again.
Yeah. Explain for us what's happened with the evacuation process today.
And the plan was, I believe, to have a couple of C-130s come in and pick up people and then ferry them to McCarthy River Mine where they can get a much bigger aircraft in. Unfortunately, the government have just left it way too long, and it should have really been done yesterday is the sentiment on the ground here. Having said that, all the local police, clinic staff, council staff did an excellent job looking after everyone today and, trying to make everyone feel comfortable and safe.
But we've seen some, roads a bit busted up there. Were they busted up before this, or is that because of what's happened with Megan already?
Well, we had a cyclone about 2 weeks ago.
Yep.
Lincoln came through as Category 1 and then, scaled back just to a tropical low fairly quickly. But what that's done is it has impacted the roads quite substantially, obviously, and everything's already wet. So now with all this rain, we're expecting some flooding after this. Just looking on the BOM website just recently, I know we've had gusts of up to, I think, about 170 kilometres an hour at Centre Island, which from us is a little way away, but... we may get those here tonight, I'm not sure, but I think everyone's reasonably safe as we sort of can be.
That's Ash Garner there in Borroloola speaking with Joe O'Brien. Meanwhile, the clean-up has already begun on Groote Island after damaging winds and rain associated with Tropical Cyclone Megan. They are out of bread and gas bottles at the local store, but are hoping to get a truck through tomorrow with fresh supplies. And locals on Groote have rallied. Percy Bishop works on Groote Radio.
We're in the middle of just leaving a Nurgu community, which is the largest blackfella community, and it's nearest to the airport. So there's about maybe 20 plus cars that are just heading out from there. But there was 35, 40 vehicles that left the police station this morning at 11 o'clock. We all met together. The plan was, all right, some head out to Malkala, 10 cars dropped it there, took and prepared food that was done by one of our local cafes, Cafe Rua. I'll give them a big props. I mean, well done. They cooked from 11 o'clock last night.
As for when we will see cuts, major banks continue to expect multiple this year, and the market is tipping September to bring the first one. But several economists are now setting up a new camp, saying we won't see any cuts until next year. HSBC, EY and JP Morgan among them. So the debate is alive and well, and that means any hints about the RBA's plans will be picked apart tomorrow, including by those carrying the immense mortgage load.
Well, it is a history-making night for the AFL and Tasmania, with the competition's 19th team announcing its name and colours. To mark the occasion, simultaneous launch events are happening across the state. And Tony Jones is in Devonport for us. Tony, what will the team be known as?
We followed them in a convoy, bit of a convoy.
Good evening, Alicia. The team will be known as the Tasmanian Devils. Now, you'll appreciate, in fact, we're just going to reveal the logo now. This is live inside the convention centre. Here's the countdown now. So we know it's called the Tasmania Devils. We know the colours are myrtle, rose and primrose. And here we go. This is the logo.
It's actually broken. The highway along the freeway to the mines and to the turn off to America is completely, there's about a 20-metre gap.
So you can see the crowd here at the moment is made up of a lot of locals who many thought this day would never come, where they would see a 19th team coming into the AFL, and now that team has a logo, it has colours, it has a name.
So we had prepared food and we put up barbecues.
And that's all very dependent on the outcome of Saturday's election. That's something we'll explore a little later on in sport, but at the moment this is one of several functions being held, as you said, Alicia, around Tasmania, but also at Marble Stadium in Melbourne. So we're not actually seeing the jump at the moment, but we do expect that to be predominantly green with a yellow map of the state. So it's a very, very historic night here. You can see Andrew Dillon, the new AFL CEO, just sitting there at the moment, and he's as proud as punch because this is obviously the first big big historic announcement in his tenure. So there you have it, guys. The timing is impeccable, and as far as the timing goes for the Tassie Devils, that'll be 2028.
What a beautiful way to describe things. How are things looking in the community of Narrogoo today, where you usually are?
Who mowed down a woman at a weekend car meet in Cranbourne is at the centre of a police manhunt tonight. Witnesses say an argument escalated into a fight because the driver was doing burnouts in a green Ford Mustang. They said he then drove at the 23-year-old bitten woman before fleeing. The woman and a man who fell off his motorbike while chasing the Mustang were both taken to hospital.
A win for new families tonight with bolstered paid parental leave laws passing at the Senate. Let's go live to political editor Charles Croucher in Canberra. Charles, take us through this new arrangement.
Evening, Tom. Well, the government's current 20-week paid parental leave scheme will move to a 22-week scheme from July this year. It'll grow again to 24 weeks next year and then to 26 weeks from July of 2026. The new rules stipulate at least 4 weeks must be taken by each parent, and the parents can take a month simultaneously. This long flag reform is tonight finally through the Parliament ahead of the addition of superannuation to paid parental leave. That will come in the budget in May. The victory, a welcome win for Labor as an old problem plagues the government.
Hook up electricity.
Starting the week on social media, the Prime Minister posting ministers heading into Cabinet to the beats of a Fred Again song featuring the line, "This year we've had to lose." And at the High Court, they may be about to lose again.
What are they up to? It is just a mess which keeps getting bigger and bigger and bigger.
Next month, the High Court is scheduled to hear a case of an Iranian man known as AS-17. The federal court has already ruled he should be deported, but he's not cooperating with officials. Now, if this challenge is successful, it could lead to the release of more detainees in similar situations.
The government believes that these individuals, those who are not cooperating with their removal, should be removed from Australia as a priority, and while they are not, they should remain
Percy
in
Bishop
immigration
there, who
detention.
lives on Groot Island and works on Groot Radio, speaking there with Liz Travascus.
To 150 hardened criminals.
The government will argue against the release. Jamie Lambie tonight.
This is ABC News Radio. Laura Chilingirian here with you, making news. Embattled Victorian opposition leader John Pesutto says he is confident he'll lead his party at the next state election amid mounting pressure over his leadership. Federal Greens leader Adam Badd says the government owes an explanation to the Palestinians who had their Australian visas cancelled last week. A Russian history expert says it's hard to believe President Vladimir Putin actually secured 87% of the vote in the latest presidential election. And the Queensland government has rejected an independent Olympic infrastructure review's call to build a brand new multi-billion-dollar stadium in Brisbane's Victoria Park. Well, Queensland will be occupying the thoughts of many a federal Labor strategist this week after some bruising by-election results for the state party at the weekend. In the previously safe seat of Ipswich West, Labor suffered an 18% swing against it, which saw it lose the seat. Stephen Miles' government did hold on to the seat of Inala, but had to absorb a 19% swing in that electorate. The Premier has described the result as clearly very bad. Meanwhile, the state of Tasmania is preparing to head to the polls in 5 days from now. For more on what all this means, here's ABC election analyst Anthony Green, starting with a focus on Queensland.
Well, there are enormous by-election swings, 90%.
It's been a bitter and heated war, but now a decisive blow from the taxi industry.
2008 to 2011, before they lost government. It's also similar to the two big by-elections in Queensland in 2014 when Cameron Newman was Premier.
And today, you can go down as a win. The rideshare company will fork out more than $271 million to taxi and charter car drivers. That's the fifth largest compensation payout in Australian history.
In this case,
we've been
losing all this Miles government has got the same sort of swings. It has less than 12 months to go in the election, and it doesn't have the overwhelming majority that Cameron Newman had. So these portend very badly for the fate of the state government when it goes
accredited drivers. Uber said
we'll get to the federal implications in a second, but did the LNP provide any policy alternatives in these by-elections, or was this all about putting the Queensland Labor government on notice?
Everybody has to work the right way.
The compensation will be shared among the more than 8,000 taxi and hire car owners who joined the class action after legal fees. That works out to be an average of around $30,000 each.
Cost of living is an issue in Queensland.
Won't be evenly distributed, though. Some drivers will receive more than others. The rideshare company has told Nine News it's keen to move on. Since 2018, Uber has made significant contributions into various state-level taxi compensation schemes. With today's proposed settlement, we put these legacy issues firmly in our past.
And the alternative, the opposition looks like a reasonable alternative, then voters will feel safe.
Alan Jones has returned to Australia after a hiatus
now let's talk federal politics. How worried will federal Labor be by these results?
Broadcasting career.
I think all this does is just confirms that there was not going to be a federal election this year. Now people have talked that up occasionally.
I'm not going to dwell here on the allegations made about me,
going to be a federal election
to say that I refute them entirely.
I mean, a year ago, the Queensland election was facing a tough. Queensland was facing
time in
a tough
London after the groping allegations first surfaced.
The federal government was never going to intrude.
When Nine News returns, the Racing Chief's rule on Darren Weir's animal cruelty charges could this be the end of his stellar career?
The father of a fatally Coward Punch victim tells how the justice system failed his family.
And Putin's landslide election victory sparks protests across the world.
Dominant state, the LNP. It's hard to see the LNP winning more seats in Queensland.
The Light.
And you think that the Labor Party, if the state Labor government loses, the chances the federal Labor Party holding on to its own seats will be improved in the new year. So I think that's the main federal implication. They wouldn't want the state government up there to fall apart entirely. But I think the implications are more for state politics than federal politics, because the state election will be 4 to 6 months before the federal poll.
All right, let's go to Tasmania, where local paper The Examiner says this weekend's state election is going to be, quote, a chaotic vortex.
Station sponsor Healthy Smiles can help you overcome dental anxiety with sleep dentistry. You won't see, hear or feel a thing. Don't let anxiety keep you from the beautiful, healthy smile you deserve. Book your obligation-free consultation at healthysmiles.com.au. Taking the fear out of dentistry. Any surgical or invasive procedure carries risks. Before proceeding, you should seek a second opinion from an appropriately qualified health practitioner.
Since it lost government 10 years ago and really hasn't recovered.
Everyday Joy is a podcast that explores the Bible's words to live by
in a deeper, more but the Liberal government has lost spark along the way.
That he
strong possibility that minor parties and independents will win more seats, expanding the size of the dog
or catching the train to work.
Proportional Hare-Clark electoral system makes it very hard for the Liberal Party to get back in majority. What they'll be hoping for is if they do get back in a minority,
subscribe wherever you get your podcasts and never miss an episode.
Having the balance of power. So that's what they're aiming for. The big event in the run-up to next week tonight will be announced.
Melbourne traffic.
AFL team. Which is taking place in Tasmania.
Explain how this relates.
Because the whole basis of the agreement to have a Tasmania AFL team is on the basis the state government pays substantial amount to building of a stadium at Macquarie Point in Hobart. So if the team decides to go ahead, the stadium has to be built. And it's been disputed. The Labor Party hasn't committed to the stadium being built. The government has. The government lost 2 members in the last term who objected to the way it was being done. So this is a central issue to this election campaign, is having to pay for this stadium.
You're listening
and
to
today
the
we'll just
exclusive
throw that in tonight's announcement.
The 9 News on 89.9.
So what are the chances of Tasmanian Premier Jeremy Rockliff having called an early election because he didn't want to deal with a minority government, coming out of this election with a minority government?
Well, he'll come up probably with a different collection of crossbenchers. They're also hoping that they're increasing the size of the parliament. They're hoping to have a bigger backbench
during a Victorian Racing Tribunal hearing. The 53-year-old admitted using an electric shock device known as Jigger on 3 horses in October of 2018. However, he denies trying to influence the outcome of races, pleading not guilty to corruption, dishonesty and misleading behaviour. The hearing continues.
I guess we will. We will wait and see, and we'll bring you that announcement about the new football team in Tasmania when that happens this evening here on ABC News Radio. That was the ABC's election analyst Anthony Green speaking with Sarah Dingle. Sport coming your way shortly, but first...
Since 19-year-old Pat Cronin was killed in a one-punch attack.
It's tough. Every day. There's not a day where we don't think about Pat.
His parents, Matt and Robin, know only
it's hard to think of anyone more English than singer-songwriter Ed Sheeran. So news that he's been singing in Punjabi has stunned his fans and set social media ablaze. It happened in Mumbai, as the BBC's Ella Bicknell
reports. A new documentary to be released on Wednesday.
We walked out of that courtroom and I absolutely screamed at the police,
Nobody saw it coming. One of the world's biggest singer-songwriters singing in Punjabi with one of India's rising stars.
It's actually harming them.
Their experience of being completely sidelined, silenced, invisible.
The report found 75% of victims have concerns for their own safety in court.
Sporting his T-shirt, Tassie's and guitar, he invited the Indian singer Diljit Dosanjh to perform Dosanjh's hit track Lover with him on stage.
Among the Commissioner's 55 recommendations
the performance has gone viral on social media, totaling almost 2 million likes on Instagram. One fan said it was the crossover we never knew we needed, while Varun Dhawan, one of India's biggest film stars, simply wrote global domination.
The Cronin family only hoping their pleas are heard. It's time to change.
As well as being a huge star in India, Dosanjh is quickly growing his international fan base, last year taking the stage of Coachella in California, as well as collaborating on a track with Cheap Thrills and chandelier singer Sia.
This report from Edward Botfield.
After Saturday's success, fans hope Dosanjh's next release will be with Sheeran, who has long celebrated other musical cultures.
As Russia's president for 6 more years. A landslide win, even by his standards. Exit polls giving Putin almost 88% of the vote. We are one united family, President Putin says. The source of the power in this country is with the people. According to Russian reports, 3/4 of eligible voters turned out. There'd been various forms of protest across the 3 days. These so-called Noon Against Putin polling station protests taking place in cities around the world. Outside the Russian embassy in Berlin.
Dozens of concerts before his world tour wraps up.
The widow of former Putin opponent Alexei Navalny was given a rock star reception. Yulia Navalnaya there to cast her vote a month after Alexei died mysteriously in an Arctic penal colony. I wrote the name Navalny, she says. Be brave, one day we will win. In pride, an effigy of Putin set on fire.
Will be more important than talent when his team returns to the field in home tests against Wales in July. The former Ireland head coach was appointed in January after Eddie Jones departed. Schmidt says he's less concerned about rugby players with talent.
You either can destroy the bulletin or you can vote for the only candidate which looks a little bit less horrible than everyone else.
Critics say the Kremlin will use this election result as an endorsement for the war in Ukraine. There's no evil he won't commit to prolong power, Ukraine's president says. Putin's 5th inauguration will be held in May. In London, Edward Godfrey, 9 News.
Westgate Bridge traffic will be diverted through the suburbs late tomorrow night while tunnel works are carried out. The closure from 10 p.m. to 5 a.m. will allow crews to hoist a large gantry into place above the freeway between the bridge and Williamstown Road. Drivers are being told to allow an extra half an hour.
Lavinia Nixon joins us now with all the weather details. And Lavinia, it's just the endless summer.
Oh, it feels amazing, doesn't it, Tom? The warm weekend has rolled into our Monday. The sunny skies boosted the city's maximum even higher today, reached 32 degrees, double
says he thought he may have played his last game
We've been under warm northeasterly breezes for the past few days, but the first strong cold front of the season is heading our way. It's going to bring widespread showers, isolated storms, possibly possibly damaging winds and much colder days. So the unseasonable heat is on borrowed time. But before we say goodbye, we have an uncomfortably warm night to get through. I'll have all those details a little later. Tom and Alicia, okay, the video. We'll see you very soon. Well, still to come for you in 9 News. Victoria has set some lofty housing targets, but are they achievable? Up next, the report card proving builders are falling short.
Australia Post, price hike, it's about costs a lot more to mail a letter.
And a small community under attack from a hungry bear.
21-year-old has been gradually earning more minutes.
89.9 The Light. With Bethel Funerals, you'll receive the exceptional service and care you should expect from a quality funeral service. So what makes station sponsor Bethel Funerals different? As a registered, not-for-profit charity, Bethel Funerals exists to make a positive impact and give money to organisations supporting charities, Bible literacy programs and education. So when the time comes for you to choose a funeral service, leave a legacy, make an impact and choose Bethel Funerals. We're for compassion, not for profit.
I'm David, and we met on Christian Connection. It was a moment of vulnerability, but I just felt like it was the right thing to do.
Knowing that it was Christian Connection, I was like, I think, a better chance of finding someone like-minded in faith than anywhere else.
The faith thing was the most important.
It kind of lit up when he was talking about his faith and his passions that really drew me on that first day.
I really do owe everything to Christian Connection to then let God do the work behind the scenes.
Find your true love story at station sponsor ChristianConnection.com and start connecting today. A positive minute on 89.9 The Light.
Bombers have accepted a one-game ban to Mason Redmond for striking John Newcombe.
Underneath every issue in our lives is some kind of limiting belief about our own value.
Has won the
Dealing
Indian
with
Wells
these
tournament
beliefs
for the
is the most
second time.
significant and important work we will ever do. However, most people never face these fears because they feel so daunting and massive. Yet often the things we are most afraid of only exist as a reality in our mind, and what's worse is they go unexamined. This enables them to turn into fire-breathing dragons ready to consume us at any moment.
Today, for sure,
Yet, when a person finally gets the courage to confront the fear, they discover that what looks like the shadow of a fire-breathing dragon is merely a couple of mice playing with a torch.
Has become the first goal
The amazing thing is,
win back-to-back
overcoming your fear of not being enough is not actually about conquering the dragon. It is realising that the dragon has only existed in your mind. There is no dragon. It was a work of fiction. You have always been enough and always will be. For more information, go to 1minutecoach.com.au.
89.9 The Light.
Yeah, it's pretty special.
You can feel something positive and uplifting when you listen to The Light.
Stepping up to win one players instead of having back-to-back is extremely
Every
special.
song on our playlist is here for a reason.
The latest in sport. Laura?
Time to take a look at the weather, but a little bit of breaking news in sport. The Tasmania Devils AFL club has just been announced. We'll have more on that throughout the evening here on ABC News Radio.
This is
right
the
now,
9 News
26 in
simulcast
Brisbane
on
and 29 tomorrow,
The
a
Light.
shower or two. 23 in Sydney, a shower or two, and 28. Canberra currently 21, a shower or two, and 28 tomorrow. In Melbourne, it's 29 degrees, windy, showers developing, and 30. Hobart,
Victoria,
25
in the
right
grip of a
now.
housing
A shower or
crisis,
two
the
becoming
government's
windy and a
big
top
build
of
is
29.
promising
Adelaide is
thousands
25
of new
degrees,
homes,
a shower or
but
two, and
do its numbers
24.
stack
Perth
up?
currently
Mark
25, a
Santamartino,
sunny
he's
28
examining
on
the
the way
situation.
tomorrow. And in Darwin, it's
When
31
Victoria's
right
Labor
now.
government
Partly
announced its
cloudy
big
and a top
housing
of
build
33
in
for
November
you.
2020,
It's
it
news
made
time
two
here on
promises.
ABC
The
News
first
Radio. In
was
fact,
to
it's
construct
time
more
for
than
PM.
12,000 new and affordable
Hello,
homes
welcome to
throughout
PM.
Metro and
I'm
regional
Samantha
Victoria
Donovan,
over the
coming
next
to you
4
from the
years.
lands of the
Well,
Wurundjeri
after
people
3
of
years
the
and 4
Kulin
months, the
Nation
state
in
says
Melbourne.
9,200
Tonight, a
of those are
Category 3
complete or
cyclone
underway.
batters
But
remote
take a closer look
communities
and
in
you'll
the
see the
Northern
government
Territory,
will not
and
meet
it's
its
feared
targets.
there's worse
Just
to come as Megan
3,611
makes its
of
way
those homes are
inland.
actually finished. The second promise was to boost our social housing supply by 10% in just 4 years. In the middle of 2020, Victoria had a little
Also,
over
the Liberal Party
85,000
under fire
public
from
and
its
social
own
homes.
after a
3 years later, the state
pre-selection battle
has
sees an
88,000,
experienced
an
woman
increase of just
lose her top spot on the
3.6%.
Senate
That
ticket
actually
to a
shrinks to
man,
just
and
1.6%
one life
if you compare
tragically
today's
lost,
number
but two
to
saved
2018.
as a
While
hero
the government
plunges
has
into the
been
waters
building,
of
it's
a
also
remote
been selling
Victorian
or
beach.
bulldozing older and larger social homes. There are 3,500 fewer bedrooms in public housing right now than Victoria had back in 2017.
In the same time, the wait list for public and social housing has almost doubled from 35,000
to the Northern Territory first this evening, and the Australian Defence Force and government agencies have had to suspend plans to evacuate communities in the path of a Category 3 cyclone, which is heading towards the mining town of Borroloola. Cyclone Megan has already caused major damage to infrastructure on island communities off the Territory's coast, and some Indigenous residents of Borroloola are asking if the government response has been too slow. Our reporter Jane Barden is in Darwin. Jane, what's the latest on Cyclone Megan's progress?
Cut back.
Well,
there's
we
some
have
of the
the
findings from a report released today by
really
Australia
bracing
Post.
for
Home
impact
and garden
any time this
purchases
evening.
were among
They've been
the
given
biggest
quite
growth
big
areas for
information
older
that the
generations.
cyclone
They
is
spent
moving
almost $1
faster
billion
than
more
expected, but
online
may
than they
come
did last
just
year.
sometime this evening.
And we've seen a tempering of
feeling very
spend
anxious
in
there
the younger generations, Gen Z and millennials, particularly in fashion.
And what damage has Cyclone Megan caused already?
It's already caused significant damage
there's been a
on the remote
13%
island of
decline
Brute Island,
in
50 kilometres off the NT coast.
Meanwhile, the Consumer Watchdog has given Australia Post the green light to raise the cost of sending a letter. The 25-cent
started as a tropical low hovering around the top end last week became Category 3 Cyclone Megan, smashing into Indigenous communities. And the major manganese mine on Brute Island off the NT coast at the weekend. Coralie Ferguson manages community businesses on the island and is on its emergency management committee.
No alerts about any injuries, but quite a lot of trees down. The highway was cut. It was like a torrential river.
89.9
has had no power.
Ladies,
2 days
sometimes
now,
we all
and they
feel
have
weary.
shortages of water
Experience
as well.
the type of
It's
rest
certainly a
only
disaster.
Jesus can offer. At Retreat with Leah's Women's Retreat, practice spiritual rhythms, experience silence, solitude, community, prayer and time to hear God's voice. Join station sponsor Retreat with Leah at the stunning Hepburn Springs Women's Retreat, March 22 to 24. Places are limited. Use code THELIGHT for a special listener treat and book today at retreatwithleah.com.
Positive Media presents the Positive Women in Business Luncheon, featuring guest speakers Lisa Tasia from Sela Travel, Jana Lucas from Hapal, and hosted by our own Samantha Jansen. This is an incredible opportunity to connect with like-minded, faith-filled business owners and be a part of a community with resources and support, alongside a 12-month Positive Media partnership. The Positive Women in Business Luncheon, Tuesday, March 26th. This event is almost sold out. Enter thelight.com.au. Positive Minute on 89.9 The Light.
Here's Carl Faze with the Daily Nudge. Not many people believe that having a comfortable life is a negative experience. We all love to think that we can be comfortable, to have a comfortable financial position, to be comfortable with who we are and what we do. Have you ever considered the downside of being comfortable? The only way any of us changes as people to grow and improve in various aspects of life is when we don't like our circumstances. It is when we are struggling with discomfort that we are motivated to make positive changes to our lives. When we are comfortable, we often become lazy in every aspect of life.
The Times promised cyclone shelter hasn't been completed. Cyclone Police Incident Controller Sonia Keenan says plans to fly people from the small airstrip in Borroloola to the nearby MacArthur River Mine Airport to get onto large defence aircraft started as soon as Air Force planes could get to the NT on Monday morning. But the strong wind and rain has stopped the defence planes being able to land.
Huntingdale Road, that's northbound before Highbury Road. The left-hand lane is blocked there. But a building fire in Footscray. Droop Street is closed between Geelong Road and Donald Street. Take Barclay or Moore Street to get around that one. A little slow at the moment on the Western Freeway. It's slow outbound at Hopkins Road. Also the Westgate Freeway. That's inbound from the Balti Bridge to the Burnley Tunnel. If you see anything on the roads, 1300 595 937. I'm Dorian, shining a light on Melbourne's roads on 89.9 The Light.
You're listening to the exclusive simulcast of the 9 News on 89.9
the last few days where we've
Positive
seen
Radio.
it turn southwesterly. We were thinking that it might have kept going straight through and gone through Queensland.
Federal Assistant Indigenous Affairs Minister Malindiri McCarthy says her government responded to the NT's request for help promptly.
Big Brother-style CCTV cameras will soon cover Lygon Street, Carlton, in an attempt to force criminals out of the area. The City of Melbourne's high-tech system has expanded, and Lana Murphy was given a glimpse into the bunker, keeping us safe.
Superintendent Tracy Jones says the company still
every day they're watching our every move and warning.
If you're a creep or a tagger, the message is pretty simple. You've got nowhere to hide here in Melbourne.
Inside this town hall bunker, access to 230 live cameras. The aim to spot criminals before they act and catch them when they do.
Now provides us with ready identification, real-time information intelligence to our police members.
The room operates 365 days a year, 24 hours a day.
And now it'll cover Carlton too.
Been concerned for a long time about antisocial behaviour, graffiti, damaged property, theft is a big one.
Traders have been demanding the Big Brother-style cameras for years. In the past 3, street fights and stabbings have increased in the hospitality mecca, which was recently the site of a fatal car chase and pre-planned gang attacks. But police maintain of the 500 incidents in the past year, nearly all have been petty.
Low-level assaults, criminal damage and theft from motor vehicles.
Whatever you're doing, 8 new cameras will be watching. One already up at Argyle Square, the rest to come before July. Vision from this control centre can be streamed directly into the vans of police so officers can identify offenders. But access can also be granted to 000 operators so they can see what's unfolding during a critical incident.
If it's a moving incident, they'll then move from camera to camera.
And more will be installed across the City of Melbourne as they're needed.
For the positions on the Senate ticket. And
the share market and Australian dollar remain cautious ahead of tomorrow's decision on interest rates. Chris Kohler
the most senior South Australian Liberal up for re-election at the
Almost
next
no
election
one expects a move from the
Ruston.
Reserve Bank tomorrow,
She's
but the market is on edge about any
Minister.
change in tone. Along with the RBA, the US Federal Reserve, Bank of England and Bank of Japan are all meeting this week, so plenty for investors to sift through. While all that is going on, the price of iron ore remains a worry, dropping to its lowest level in 7 months. Uber shares fell as it agreed to pay out more than $250 million to Australian drivers and taxi licence holders. Of course, it is still up more than 20% for the year, so investors don't seem too concerned at the moment. And the Aussie dollar was stronger today, but still below 66 US cents, and buying 60 euro cents and 51.5 British pence.
It's actually quite common, and it's certainly not
fans
just
heading
the
to
Liberal
Albert Park
Party.
for the Grand
There's
Prix
another
will
good
be treated as the
example recently
best
from South
hospitality
Australia
Melbourne can
in the Labor
offer.
Party, where
This year,
Don
some of our
Farrell,
most
who is
popular food and
a
beverage
factional
outlets
power
are
broker in
offering
South Australia,
a
he was
gastronomic
pre-selected
bonanza
ahead of
trackside
Penny Wong, who is one of the most senior women in the Labor Party.
The Grand Prix
in the end, it was
moving
only because he agreed to swap places that Penny Wong secured the top place.
The famed Esplanade Hotel recreated at the track.
Lots of beer, lots of wine, some great slushy cocktails, great DJs all weekend long.
136 food vendors will be on site, along with 29 bars spread across general public spaces and the much sought-after marquees, where you can get a coffee caviar bump or even a bit of trackside pampering. The offerings rivaling the Melbourne Cup.
Is it becoming birdcage-esque? Individual
well, we like to think they're copying
ahead
us.
Of a very senior and very experienced moderate female.
Apart from the bottomless champagne and delicious food, there's a bit of theatre.
The Victorian Liberal Party a few years ago, where an influx of more conservative voting often church-affiliated members have been mobilised around
qualified engineer who worked with the Williams F1 team, croissant queen Kate Reid is event ambassador, now using her science with her pastries.
They've obviously picked one of the most technically difficult pastries you can make, the croissant. I feel like it's definitely the Formula One of the pastry world. For the Liberal Party against a push by many within the party to have a female pre-selected. Similar cases just gone on in the city of Cook that has been made vacant by Scott Morrison's departure.
People attended the event.
And we're likely to see that battle play out again in the seat of McPherson, where Karen Andrews, again another senior female on the front bench, she's indicated she'll retire at the next election. And it it is looking like a male candidate will succeed in getting pre-selection for that seat, despite the push of many senior women to get a female
bakery in Richmond earlier this month.
But the Liberal Party
She's alleged to have stolen Baker's shoes, an iPad, cleaning products and an almond croissant. The 44-year-old woman has now been charged.
How is it going to do that with pre-selection outcomes like
this? Let's check in again with Tony Jones.
That's a really good question. Look, it's going to be hard for the party to meet that target.
Tony, has the party started properly now?
At the moment, but her colleague who sits on the front bench with her, Senator Jane Hume from Victoria,
the Tassie Devils are officially alive and kicking. Well, they'll be kicking in 2028 when they actually join the competition. But yeah, the party's in full swing. And you just look around here at the various generations of Tasmanians, and some never thought they'd see the day. Well, they have today. And the party, yes, it is in full swing, complete with ample party pies. Anyway, more on that after the break. Also coming up tonight, that's the Pits. The Doggies respond to a round one shocker. The Hawk skipper gears up for an early tribunal fight. We'll cross live for the latest on that. And the putt that made millions of golf fans
while the party
gasp.
has this target of reaching gender parity by 2032,
89.9 The Light
is very
With Bethel
nebulous and
Funerals,
not
you'll
specified,
receive the
and so
exceptional
far it is
service and
looking like
care
it's
you
going to
should
be hard ask for
expect
the
from a
party to
quality
meet that
funeral
target.
service.
The
So what makes
ABC's
station
National
sponsor
Affairs
Bethel
editor,
Funerals
Melissa
different?
Clark in
As a
Canberra.
registered,
To the
not-for-profit
plans for the
charity,
2032
Bethel Funerals
Brisbane
exists to make a
Olympics
positive
now,
impact
and the
and
Queensland
give money to
government has
organisations
flatly
supporting
rejected a
charities,
recommendation
Bible literacy
that it build a
programs
new
and
$3
education.
billion
So when the time comes for you to choose a funeral service, leave a legacy, make an impact and choose Bethel Funerals. We're for compassion, not for profit.
A positive minute
on 89.9 The Light.
Without blowing extraordinary sums of money.
Socially speaking, adolescence is one of the most stressful times of life. Hi, I'm Brett Ryan for Focus on the Family Australia. With the onset of puberty, not only does a teen's body change, but so too does their self-awareness. Their greatest anxiety now becomes the possibility of embarrassment or rejection by their peers. That's why teens' nerves can be raw whenever their abilities come into question or they're challenged in front of their peer group. It's ultimately an issue of self-esteem. Their sense of worth is so dependent upon peer acceptance that sometimes they're willing to engage in behaviour they wouldn't normally choose for themselves. So if they come home from school sullen, angry or upset, they're probably exhausted after a day of trying to fit in. Emotional danger lurks on every side, which is why it is so important to make home a safe harbour from the storm. For more on raising teens, visit us at families.org.au and check us out on Facebook.
89.9
The Light.
Literally $1 billion
It's never too late,
and there's always someone ready to listen.
The Light Care Line is ready to support you. Call 9583 2273. That's 9583-CARE. The Light Care Line.
There for you every day.
None of us were sure initially they were being very quiet. They actually got the report on Friday.
Jonathan.
So
Hi guys, I reckon I haven't actually had a bath in about 10 years.
I'm with you, Jonathan. I am with you. And any particular reason? Did you just get to a point? Some guys just get to a point where they're like, it's just not for me.
It just takes too long, and I think that like I have to clean the bath if you haven't had a bath for so long.
We've got kids that often like baths, and there can be a ring around the bath.
Well, I know I always leave because I have fake tan all the time. Whenever I get out, there's always a black line of fake tan. That's my fault. I'll own that.
It's basically a human soup, everyone. That's what you're enjoying.
So he leaked that story, and then he also said that our athletics tracks that were used years ago for the Commonwealth Games, they're still being used.
89.9 The Light complies with the Community Broadcasting Codes of Practice. The Codes of Practice cover matters relating to program content, including local content, news, current affairs and Australian music content. 89.9 The Light recognises your right to make comment or make written complaint concerning compliance with the Codes of Practice, our program content and the general service we provide to our community. Copies of the codes are available on the Community Broadcasting Association website and can also be obtained by writing to 89.9 The Light at 333 Mitcham Road, Mitcham, Victoria 3132, or by calling this station during office hours on 9955 8899.
This is the 9 News simulcast on 89.9 The Light.
The Gabba was too much.
So I know that for Queenslanders, 3.4 billion
very
at
historic
Victoria
night.
Park
Taya and Oliver join us, and you can see they're displaying the jumpers that they'll be wearing come 2028. Exciting, isn't it?
Saying about all this?
Look, the opposition has been banging on for months, and quite rightly about the incredible blowout.
All right, terrific. All right, well, you go and have a party. Oliver, what about you, mate? You might actually be wearing that
issues that we're facing that we could never have afforded these expensive Olympic Games. So today they're saying we've gone back to the future.
How did you get picked to be the model here?
Basically have stuffed up this whole process. They've botched it. And I can tell you,
was there any other option other than the famous green and the red and the yellow?
20% against the Labor government here.
Terrific stuff, mate. I know you're pumped, I can tell.
People aren't happy. An election in October.
Good on you, Oliver, and also Taya. As I said, they are the jumpers that we'll be seeing running around in a few years from now. And one man we caught up with a little earlier on is, well, he's also keeping a lid on it to a certain degree, and that's the CEO of the AFL, Andrew Dillon.
Plenty of twists and turns.
It's an exciting night for Tasmanian footy, exciting night for Tasmanians, and all the people at the AFL have done a power of work to get here. Yeah, really exciting.
Well, you look at people like Richo, Matthew Richardson, and I guess, when he was running around here as a junior, he would never have thought that one day the state would have its own team.
Yeah, I mean, a power of work that's been done by so many people over a number of years, and even we caught the plane down with Jack Revolt. Again, he's been doing some work for the club and doing an amazing job. It's exciting for all the young boys and girls at Tassie. They've now got some, a team to aspire for in their own backyard.
Well, again, congratulations on what is a historic night.
Yeah, really exciting. Thanks for coming down.
If Putin completes the term, he'll overtake 20th century
Andrew Dillon joining us there a little earlier. Now, look, I suppose the last thing they're talking about around here tonight, finals, but we need to talk about finals, in particular the two grand finals from last year, Collingwood and the Brisbane Lions, who both started the season 0-2. Unbelievable. Caroline Wilson joins us. Cara, great to see you again. Of course, the head of Footy Classified. Let's talk about Collingwood. Should they be concerned?
Of course they should be concerned, Tony. They've not only lost 2 games, but they've been badly beaten in 2 games. They've been cautioned by the greatest player of the 20th century and their former premiership coach, Lee Matthews. There's no evidence yet that maybe they didn't spend too much time looking backward. And there are a few structural things going on in Collingwood's football department and coaching department that concern me, and Matthew Lloyd's got a few thoughts on that as well.
88% of the vote. The highest result in
Russia's post-Soviet history. We'll hear those thoughts and yours, of course, on Footy Classified later tonight. Caro, good to talk to you.
Great story, Tony. Enjoyed Tassie. Figure Alexei Navalny last month.
All right, thanks very much. All right, more footy now, and we're only one round in, but already Bulldogs midfielder Adam Treloar has felt compelled to call for calm in the wake of that big loss to Melbourne at the MCG yesterday. He says, OK, they might not be firing on all 4 cylinders at the moment, but they can still challenge for the 2024 Cup. Nat Yanidis with that story.
The Bulldogs look far from a well-oiled machine, but players believe their premiership window is still wide open.
When I came here a few years ago, it was the main reason. It felt like the group that we had, and it hasn't really changed too much since then, and I definitely believe that we're in a window to have success and sustain success, and if that's winning premiership, that's what we want to do.
Coach Luke Beveridge is back in the firing line for his call to substitute rising star Riley Sanders in the third term and start premiership-winning dog Caleb Daniel as the sub.
We can see what the Americans are doing to us and the persecution that is taking place.
I think it shows the
Dr. Ian Gardner is an analyst of
no one's really safe, probably other than propaganda. And he told News Radio,
Melbourne's engine room was purring in yesterday's 45-point win over the Dogs, thanks to rejuvenated Clayton Oliver. The midfielder already winning back the respect of his coach and teammates.
Clayton is arguably the best Melbourne player of all time, and it just shows the person he is and the ability to come back and be who he is. And
the cards were certainly stacked in the footy club.
I think it's pretty special.
With no
Hawthorn will contest the one-match ban handed down to Captain James Sicily for kicking Essendon's Andy McGrath. The sanction even left the Bomber perplexed.
He says even if a key figure like Alexei Navalny could run in a legitimate election, Putin would almost certainly have won anyway, thanks to his power base of
defender Mason Redman will miss Saturday night's clash with Sydney after accepting his one-match ban for striking. And Western Bulldogs midfielder James Harms has been handed a one-match ban for headbutting former teammate Stephen May in yesterday's loss to Melbourne. The incident was deemed intentional with low impact and high contact. Now, if the Dogs accept the sanction, he'll miss Sunday's clash
with the Gold Coast Suns, which should open the door for Caleb Daniel to come back into the side after starting as the sub against the Demons. Tony?
It's still a landsliding victory for him compared to the way how the other candidates
Footy and Geelong has started chipping away at the AFL's longest list of uncontracted players by signing 3 of their young tyros. And this comes as a fan favourite prepares for a celebratory milestone. More from Xander Maguire.
They went 0-3 after the 2022 flag, so getting on the board in front of nearly 40,000 on Saturday has settled a lot of nerves.
It was really cool to be a part of. The Geelong community as a whole are fantastic whenever they get the opportunity to support us.
Geelong's new era was headlined by an upgraded Kardinia Park and has gathered momentum with 3 re-signings. Local top 10 pick Jai Clark inked a 2-year extension, while Irish import Oisin Mullen and Zach Guthrie have penned 1-year deals. Geelong's next target, Zach's brother Cam.
I don't see why not unless he doesn't want to keep playing with me.
Their commitment, hopefully the first of many. The Cats with 13 free agents to secure this year. But the most in-demand signature is that of Max Holmes.
By tapping your query into a search engine. But now the National Consumer Watchdog is scrutinising those tools and in particular taking a look at Google's dominance of the market and what it means for Australian consumers.
Australian, a
This
far
report
cry
from
from his
Isabel
humble beginnings
Masali.
as a mature ager out of Bowen Heads.
Teaches small businesses how to get more customers through a search engine. And you can probably guess which one we're talking about.
It's something that I'm really proud of.
Xander Maguire, 9 News.
Ever asked me how to rank better on Bing?
Well, one of soccer's biggest rivalries has absolutely exploded with Manchester United and Liverpool playing out a 7-goal thriller in the FA Cup. Now, the match went to extra time with the Red Devils scoring in the dying seconds.
In terms of the search landscape, have very little competition like that. Their market share is approximately 94%. I would probably say in any
and an absolute shriek for Melbourne EPL fans with confirmation that Ange Postecoglou is bringing his Spurs to the MCG on May the 22nd for a friendly against Newcastle United. Now, we know that golf is certainly a game of millimetres, and here's another example as to why that is the case. World number 5 Wyndham Clark learned the hard way at the Players' Championship. After 4 gruelling rounds, the American had the opportunity to force a playoff with Scotty Scheffler if he could sink this birdie putt on the 18th.
Is really the interface by which most people discover information. When was the last time you went and consulted a library index, for example? It's a really key part of our information
While Clark
environment.
left heartbroken, Scheffler became the first golfer to go back-to-back at the Players, pocketing $6.9 million. There you go. Well, I can tell you this is a priceless night here in Devonport. This party could continue for some time. It has been a long time in the waiting.
Really would benefit
sure has.
from
History made there tonight, TJ. Thank you very much for that. And time now to check back in with Lavinia, who's here in the studio. It's going to be a warm night in Melbourne, Lavinia.
And
the aircons will be getting a workout tonight, Elisa. Most of our suburbs will be staying in the 20s.
I did have a quick look through the 35 questions that the ACCC
showers and storms are closing in, and a cool change is going to bring maximums
I was struck that
are
right
lower
down in
than
the
these minimums.
33rd
I'll have all the details along with the 7-day forecast.
First to 33rd, we start to get to questions about search quality.
89.9 The Light.
If you find the idea of visiting the dentist less than heavenly, you need Angel Dental. They've been caring for the Light family as a station sponsor since their humble beginnings. As 89.9 The Light has grown, so has Angel Dental, with clinics in Kilsyth, Roeville and Forest Hill. Wherever you visit them, you're assured gap-free dental on Medicare kits, extended hours and great offers for listeners of 89.9 The Light. To book an appointment, visit angeldental.com.au.
Are you looking to connect, engage and have a blast in a vibrant community? Introducing J-Man Active, where we go beyond the ordinary to create extraordinary moments. J-Man's recreational and community engagement programs are designed to ignite your passions and cultivate meaningful connections. From outdoor adventures to art workshops, we've got activities to suit everyone. Step into a world of creativity, laughter and shared experiences. Visit our website to explore our unique range of programs. jman.com.au.
89.9 The Light complies with the Community Broadcasting Codes of Practice. The Codes of
practice cover matters relating to program content, including local content, news, current affairs and Australian music content. 89.9 The Light recognises your right to make comment or make written complaint concerning compliance with the codes of practice, our program content and the general service we provide to our community. Copies of the codes are available on the Community Broadcasting Association website and can also be obtained by writing to 89.9 The Light at 333 Mitcham Road, Mitcham, Victoria 3132, or by calling this station during office hours on 9955 8899.
Why pay tens of billions of dollars to be the default? In Emerald, Emerald being the colour green, being Irish. Hello, Gig.
And a report will be provided to the government later
and talk about your name, Gig.
My real name is Deirdre.
A Victorian woman is being praised for her heroic bid to save three men who were drowning in the waters of an unpatrolled beach in the state's southwest yesterday. Brianna Hurst pulled the three swimmers from the surf near Apollo Bay. Sadly, one died at the scene. The other two were rushed to hospital. Safety experts say the rescue shows the importance of
89.9 The Light. It doesn't matter if you win or lose. That is not the right answer. It's how you play the game.
Terms and conditions for every competition we have on The Light can be found online right now at thelight.com.au.
A 33-year-old who describes herself as a confident swimmer.
89.9 The Light.
Says it was
Melbourne traffic.
that led her to help.
A crash in Burwood on Huntingdale Road. That's northbound before Highbury Road. The left-hand lane is blocked there. At a building fire in Footscray, Droop Street is closed between Geelong Road and Donald Street. Take Barclay or Moore Street to get around that one. A little slow at the moment on the Western Freeway. Slow outbound at Hopkins Road. Also the Westgate Freeway. That's inbound from the Bolte Bridge to the Burnley Tunnel. If you see anything on the roads, 1300 595 937. I'm Dorian, shining a light on Melbourne's roads on 89.9 The Light.
23 and 24.
This is the 9 News simulcast on 89.9 The Light.
Stephen Bull has praised Brianna's efforts while highlighting the dangers of conducting a rescue on an unpatrolled beach.
She's put herself in danger to rescue
warmer than average across the state again, with maximums mostly ranging from 27 degrees at
so there's no other word that I can use other than heroic.
The ABC understands the group of men who are from Melbourne's western suburbs are part of the Indian Australian community. The rescue comes just weeks after Victoria's worst beach drowning event in nearly 20 years at Phillip Island, which saw 3 members of Melbourne's Indian Australian community die and another family member travelling from the country. Will Coon is the National Manager of Drowning Prevention Strategy at the Royal Lifesaving Society Australia.
We know from previous research develop ahead of an approaching cold front. There's the chance of isolated thunderstorms sparking up everywhere, apart from the far west. Damaging winds will be the biggest risk of those storms. For the capitals tomorrow, showers in Sydney and Canberra, both heading for 28 degrees. And Adelaide peaked at 32 today, but only expecting
many
to
children
reach
missed out on
24
months
tomorrow.
or years of
Back
swimming
home,
lessons,
gusty northerly winds will
added
push
pressure
most
on
places
schools
back up
and
into the high
parents to
20s and
improve
low
their
30s.
skills.
Cooler
Will
in
Coon
the
hopes
southwest,
lessons
though,
can be
24 degrees.
prioritised in school
Showers will
budgets
extend from
in
the
the same way they
northwest
were in
during
the
the day, becoming
1980s
heavier
and
over central and
1990s.
eastern
People were
districts,
learning
up to
swimming in
15 and
schools,
20 millimetres.
across the
25
country during
at
those years.
Mansfield.
Those
Isolated storms
programs
are
are less
expected ahead
popular
of
now.
and with
Those
the system,
programs are
and severe
impacted by
storms could
budgets and
trigger
impacted by
damaging
other
winds
key
as the
priorities.
change moves through.
And this
Here
really
in
is a
Melbourne, heaviest
complex
falls are likely to be in
situation.
the
We've
east up to
got
15
pool
millimetres,
infrastructure
arriving as early
across
as
the country that
lunchtime,
is
but they'll be more
crumbling.
likely
Pools
later
that
in the
were built
afternoon, and severe
after the
storms are
Melbourne
also
Olympics,
more
before the Melbourne
likely over
Olympics,
eastern suburbs.
are reaching the
The
end
cool
of their
change won't
lifespan in the
arrive
next
until
decade,
around
and so
5
you've
or
got
6
communities
p.m.
around the
It'll be
country
warm
who
and windy before
are
that. Most
facing,
spots heading for 30
potential,
degrees,
the
with
potential to
gusty
be without a
winds up
community
to
pool.
50 kilometres
And so
an hour.
not only
For
is it
Geelong,
about
an overnight low of
a
20
growing
degrees, climbing
population,
up
not
to
only is it
29
about
with up
economic
to 3
pressures,
millimetres from the
but this is
afternoon,
about
and the
pool
chance of a
infrastructure. It's
thunderstorm.
about a
For the
swimming
city,
teacher
a very
workforce.
warm
It's about
night
a
ahead,
lifeguard
only dropping
workforce.
to 21,
And so this
before a
really
windy
is
top
a
of
pretty
30
problem.
up to 9
With the
millimetres
country's
of
drowning
showers,
fatality rate
possible
remaining
storms
stubbornly
before the
high.
change.
He's
A
calling on
noticeably
all levels
cooler
of
day
government
on
to
Wednesday,
do
but
more
still
to
windy,
keep the country's
18 with a
swimming
light shower,
skills
20
afloat.
next
We would
Thursday,
strongly
22 22 on Friday, 21 and partly cloudy on both Saturday and Sunday, and next Monday a mostly sunny top
local governments
24.
to be
Tonight it won't drop below 21 in the city, then a partly cloudy day with gusty northerly winds at a top of 30. Winds will shift to cool southerlies and showers will arrive in the afternoon up to 9 millimetres.
Will Coon
and we
from
may
the
have a
Royal
storm,
Lifesaving Society Australia.
Okay, Lavinia, thank you very much for that. And that is 9 News this Monday.
Thanks for joining me for
PM.
I'm Samantha Donovan. You'll find all our interviews and reports on the PM webpage, and you can catch the program live or later on the ABC.
89.9.
That's where you'll find ABC
Positive
News
Media
Daily.
presents
Sam
the Positive Women in Business Luncheon, featuring guest speakers Lisa Tarzia from Sealer Travel, Jana Lucas from Hapal, and hosted by our own Samantha Jansen. This is an incredible opportunity to connect with like-minded, faith-filled business owners and be a part of a community with resources and support alongside a 12-month Positive Media partnership. The Positive Women in Business Luncheon, Tuesday, March 26. Register now at thelights.com.au.
Severe tropical
The
cyclone
values you
Megan has
learn
made
shape the
landfall in the
person you
Northern
become.
Territory.
They
Thomas
shape your
Morgan
character,
reports.
your whole life. Right from early learning to primary school and secondary school, the values students learn at Nunawading Christian College are just as important to their future as academic success. Places are available now from early learning right through to Year 12. So make an inquiry for your child at nunawading.vic.edu.au. Nunawading Christian College. Learning for living, character for life.
89.9
The Light.
It's good to have a voice that just gives us a bit of a smile throughout the day.
Reporting heavy gunfire.
Positive Radio.
Israeli forces launched a new attack on the facility. The Israeli military says it's conducting what it calls a precise operation at Al-Shifa, claiming Hamas has regrouped there and is using the hospital as a command centre. Hamas has always denied using medical facilities as cover for its operations and says Israel will be held responsible for the safety of medics, patients and displaced people inside Al-Shifa. The IDF's military spokesperson, Rear Admiral Daniel Hagari, has called on members of Hamas to give up.
We call upon all Hamas terrorists hiding in hospital, surrender immediately. Medical facilities should never be exploited for terror. Hamas must be held accountable.
A Russian history expert says it's hard to believe Vladimir Putin actually secured 87% of the vote in the latest presidential election. The vote's been widely described as a sham, with the US calling it neither free nor fair. His most serious challenges have been largely silenced, with most either in prison, in exile or dead. Associate Professor of Public Law at Melbourne University, William Bartlett, says the results are worse than expected.
A lot of the polling that we get from the remaining semi-independent polls in Russia suggests that this is a lot of falsification, electronic voting in particular. So I think this is a message more than anything. Look, we can do what we want and we can almost make up these numbers. That's relatively new. In the past, Russian elections haven't been this rigged.
The Trade Minister has come under fire from the opposition after declaring he doesn't consider the United States to be Australia's most trusted ally. During question time, Senator Farrell told Parliament he believed New Zealand held the title of this country's closest international ally. Senator Farrell made the comments after being asked why Labor had reinstated funding to the United Nations Aid Agency for Palestinians before the United States had.
I'm not sure that the United States is our most trusted ally. I would have said New Zealand in the whole history of time. A
coronial inquest in Brisbane is probing the medical care given to a refugee on Manus Island before he died. Here's Emma Pollard.
In 2016, Sudanese man Faisal Ishaq Ahmed collapsed, suffering a critical head injury at Australia's Manus Island Detention Centre. He died in a Brisbane hospital, urgent treatment. The court heard the 27-year-old had repeatedly visited medical staff on Manus Island with
a stadium in Brisbane's Victoria Park. Reviews call to feature a yellow map of the state on a green jumper. The club's identity has been revealed at a launch event held across 6 sites spanning Tasmania. The Devils men's team is expected to enter the AFL competition in 2028, and a timeline for a women's team is still being worked through. And you've been listening to the latest from ABC News.
You're listening to ABC News Radio.
Hello, Laura Chilingirian here with you. It is Monday the 18th of March. Coming up on the program, Cyclone Megan crosses the Northern Territory coast with the wild weather blocking evacuation plans for a remote community. Too expensive. The Queensland government rejects a proposal to build a new multi-billion-dollar stadium ahead of the Olympics. And domestic violence services are warning of a rise in the use of spyware to track partners' locations. But first, a severe tropical cyclone Megan has made landfall in the Northern Territory. The Category 3 storm is packing wind gusts of 200 kilometres an hour, but it's expected to rapidly weaken as it tracks over land. Residents in the nearby remote community of Borroloola are bunkering down after attempts to evacuate them to Darwin had to be aborted. They're bracing for wind gusts of about 130 kilometres an hour. There are also warnings of heavy to intense rainfall in some areas once the tropical low starts to make its way west across the NT. Sonia Kennan is the NT Police Incident Controller.
So we haven't had much contact with what's happening in Borroloola at the moment. Basically, once we were unable to have the evacuation of persons, we sent out the appropriate public messaging for them to take themselves to a place that was going to be safe, a house that is coded and recognised as being safe, and to also ensure that they stay inside and keep an eye on each other and just be there to help each other. So we will receive updates from the local controller every now and then from our perspective, and we have the other functional groups within the EOC that will also maintain contact with their counterparts on the ground out there.
The evacuation was abandoned because the planes couldn't land, and as we're hearing from someone with some expertise in this area, it probably wouldn't be very safe to have an aircraft like that on the ground, untethered if the winds were to pick up and people were close to that aircraft. Are those planes on standby to return tomorrow if, with flooding or damage, people might need to be relocated somewhere safe?
Yes, so those planes they're still currently located in the Northern Territory in a safe place. It's unfortunate they couldn't land this morning. The first one did arrive, or was due to arrive about 08:30 hours this morning, and was delayed due to the weather pattern that was there at the time. They did remain in the vicinity until after midday today, until around about 1 o'clock, hoping to be able to access the airstrip, but it just wasn't possible with the weather conditions that were present.
But might they return tomorrow if needed?
Yes, so we're currently working on what happens tomorrow. Given that the weather event is occurring now, what it will look like tomorrow, we're looking at getting people in there as soon as we can, making a rapid assessment as to what damage has occurred, what infrastructure needs to be repaired, and what technical or what capability is required to bring the community back to being a place that is able to sustain life.
What happened after the evacuation was abandoned? Did authorities need to drive people back to their homes or make sure people were headed to those cyclone-coated buildings? I believe there are 30 that might be up to scratch in town. Did someone know where all those houses were to make sure that people got to them?
Yes, so from our numbers, we've got about 50 houses that are coded. There are some that are coded by, they're either built by Commonwealth or state government, and houses, people that were having mobility issues were being taken care of by the medical clinic and the medical staff out there. Other people would have been taken back if they'd come by themselves. I'm sure they would have self-relocated back to their own residences. But basically, as soon as we knew and we had the final word from ADF that there was no way that the planes could go in there due to the weather conditions, then we sent out the public messaging. We had asked the store to reopen so that people could access some more groceries and stock up prior to having to bunker down and go to their safe place.
Sounds like everyone pivoted very quickly as necessary. The police station was offered as a safer option. Do you know how many people have taken up shelter at the police station?
No, I haven't been advised if anybody has actually gone to that location. I know that the police, and including some people that have got safe places to reside at, are also helping out there and being active in the community, making sure that everybody is advised of what's going on. Even though they know that the public message is going around, they're also doing door knocks, going to house, seeing who's where, and just being sure of where they know that everybody is in the community and that they're safe and that messages are being passed on.
King Ash Bay is about 35 kilometres northeast of Borroloola. I was talking to the bloke who runs the lodge there earlier. He said that their guests had evacuated nice and early. That was fine. But he'd heard that there were some folk who'd stayed put at King Ash Bay in caravans. What do you know about communities outside of Borroloola and evacuations or otherwise in those nearby communities? Are there any areas that you're concerned about?
I'd be concerned about any areas where there is an uncoded house or dwelling, and I think that is what is available at King Ash Bay. I am aware that there was one tourist at King Ash Bay who was asked to evacuate. I'm not sure, the local controller wasn't able to confirm whether he had evacuated or not, but I know as soon as we knew that the storm had progressed and Tropical Cyclone Megan was named and her intensity had been identified as increasing, that is when we asked people that were able to self-relocate, that they, if they're able to leave Borroloola and go somewhere else and travel to somewhere else safely, that they do so. Because I understand the King Ash Bay people, a lot of them had just relocated into Borroloola, so that might be the population that you're referring to.
That is NT Police Incident Controller Sonia Kennan speaking to Liz Travascus. And make sure you tune into your local ABC radio if you do live in any of those regions, because the ABC is your emergency broadcaster. Well, the Queensland Government has rejected an independent Olympic infrastructure review's call to build a new multi-billion-dollar stadium at Brisbane's Victoria Park. The review, led by former Lord Mayor Graham Quirk, had recommended scrapping the Gabba rebuild plan in favour of a new stadium at Hurston at a marginally higher cost of $3 to $3.4 billion. But following a cabinet meeting today, the Premier Stephen Miles has said his government will not accept the Victoria Park Stadium proposal. Lang Park will instead host the opening and closing ceremonies, and the Queensland Sport and Athletics Centre will host athletics. Here's the Minister for the Olympics and Paralympics, Grace Grace.
The review, as we know, was commissioned to have a look at the venues, and it really is good that they looked at that affordable delivery, fit for purpose, and obviously creating a legacy for Queensland. The panel received more than 900 submissions and held 130 meetings with a range of stakeholders, including site visits and assessing and studying all of the recommendations and all of the submissions that were being put forward. I want to thank everyone who contributed to the process. The submissions were carefully reviewed by the panel and have been very beneficial in shaping the report and our response to it. The review panel kindly provided me a copy of the report on late Friday afternoon, so it gave the government and cabinet time to put together my submission to cabinet, and they've endorsed what the Premier outlined earlier on. There are 30 recommendations. We're accepting 27, which is 90% of the recommendations, and we want to deliver the best outcome for Queenslanders, and this review is another step in ensuring that we do that in the 2032 Olympic and Paralympic Games. In addition to the announcements made by the Premier regarding the major venues, obviously we're supporting the arena in the Roma Street upper end of Roma Street Parklands, a new venue. We are not going to build a new stadium at Victoria Park, and I'm delighted to provide updates on the minor venue program. The 3 venue projects in the Sunshine Coast, being the Stadium Indoor Sports Centre, the Mountain Bike Centre, as well as the Chandler Precinct, had complete project validation reports prior to the commencement of the review and have been endorsed by the independent panel, and it means now that we can progress to procurement. We want to, once the documentation is finalised with the Commonwealth Government, we can really start moving on a lot of these minor venues. We'll waste no time and look forward to getting on with the job in conjunction with our federal and local government colleagues. The Moreton Bay community is one of the winners, with their new indoor sports centre being investigated for an expansion, and that's at the Mill in Petrie. The Breakfast Creek Indoor Sports Precinct at Albion, as the Premier said, will not proceed, with the panel recommending an indoor sports centre be located, and there's investigation work at Zilmere or the Boondall Entertainment Centre instead. We are investigating and assessing a detailed assessment of those sites, and in consultation we will build those well before 2032, and we're looking at obviously those two centres about which is the best one, the Wizards Basketball Centre or the Boondall Entertainment Centre. The proposed upgrades to the Toowoomba Sports Ground will not proceed, but opportunity to host other game events in the region will be explored with the IOC and the Brisbane 2032 Organising Committee. Almost half of the sports venues are outside of Brisbane, providing an economic and jobs boost during construction and beyond. I'm very pleased to see the additional benefits that will be explored through the Major Venues program, which the Premier has announced. Investing, I think, in the Queensland Sports and Athletics Centre, QSAC, at the old QE2 site will provide an opportunity to explore expanded transport links servicing not only the stadium but also surrounding Griffith University and the health precinct. And growing communities on the south side of Brisbane will obviously benefit where we provide additional legacy benefits there. The opportunity for enhanced transport links is an important part of legacy of the Olympic Games, and we're looking forward to working with stakeholders on those benefits. Victoria Park is a highly valued community space, and as we said, we don't have any plans at this review that came through to spend $3.4 billion. Plus, we would have to look at and explore. There's additional work that would have needed about warm-up facilities and those kind of additional spaces.
That is Grace Grace, the Minister for the Olympics and Paralympics, speaking at a media conference earlier today. The headlines on ABC News Radio. The Israeli military says it's taken control of Al-Shifa Hospital in Gaza City and detained 80 suspects during an operation to arrest Hamas operatives it says were using the complex as a command centre. Malaysia's former Prime Minister, 98-year-old Mahathir Mohamad, has been discharged from hospital nearly 3 months after he was admitted for an infection. A 2-week hearing has begun in the Federal Court in Sydney to determine compensation for workers who were illegally sacked by Qantas during the COVID-19 pandemic. And the AFL's 19th team will be known as the Tasmania Devils and will play in the state's traditional footballing colours of green, red and yellow. More on that, I'm sure, coming up in sport. But first, domestic violence can present itself in a number of ways, including in the form of software hidden discreetly on your mobile phone. An alarming number of Australians are turning to spyware to stalk their victims, with a new report showing detection rates of the malicious software has almost doubled in the past 3 years. Cyberstalking is now so common that the peak body for domestic violence services, the Women's Services Network, hands out free phones to victim survivors. Its CEO, Karen Bentley, says there are many types of spyware and it's become a real problem.
For the type of spyware we're sort of talking about, it's covert and you wouldn't really have any idea it was on your device. But people are also using other sort of apps and things like that to keep track of people as well. So most people find that, you know, if somebody has installed it on their device, they sort of get a bit clued in eventually because the abuser might just keep turning up where they don't expect them to, or just know too much about what they're doing and what's going on in their lives.
Okay, but you can have a location detector inside your phone without it being an obvious app or something like that.
You can, unfortunately, yes. With some of these softwares, these sort of illegal spyware apps, yep, it tracks where you are, where the phone is, and it can be looking at all sorts of different things that are going on your phone, like your texts, your photos, your emails, and where you are, so giving live sort of detail about exactly where you are on a map.
Is there a way you can take your phone to a trusted, provider and have it tested?
That's not really readily available at the moment, but a lot of the latest sort of antivirus and cybersecurity software will now detect it, which is great. And I think that's why we've seen an increase in the number of detections of these types of malware and spyware apps, which has been really good, so that you have now got a hope of detecting whether it is on the phone. But there's not really any guarantee that you're going to be able to identify every single one of these
popped up on a London building. Experts say it looks legit, but they're waiting for Banksy to confirm on
we do give phones, so we've got a network of domestic violence services across Australia who have phones at the ready for any of their clients who need one.
In Kyle and Jackie's own news, the Kate Middleton rumours continue to swirl. Apparently, the BBC is on alert for a major announcement, but the broadcaster hasn't said anything to confirm. Meantime, the Sun says Kate was spotted with Prince William at their local shops over the weekend. Witnesses say she looked happy and healthy following her abdominal surgery in January.
Catch a data wave this summer with Aussie Broadband Mobile. Switch to one of Aussie Broadband's select SIM-only plans with bucket loads of monthly data. Search Aussie Broadband Mobile.
Somewhere else that,
in footy, Tassie's team will be known as the Devils, and they'll be wearing a green jumper with a yellow state map on the front. Tigers legend Richo backing his home state to help with the announcement.
This is my old hometown, Devonport. I would never have thought this would be happening.
That audio on Channel 7.
Life can pull you in many directions. Care Super cares today to make your tomorrow super. Find out more at caresuper.com.au.
The Kiss clear skies tonight dropping to 21. Warm tomorrow before showers, 30 right now. It's 28 degrees. Free money to spend on whatever you need. Bills, rent, kids, Kyle and Jackie are paying with the Bank of KJ tomorrow from 8 with thousands to win all day only on Melbourne's Kiss 1011.
Been living with their partner and the partner's grabbed the phone and they might not know about it, that it is possible that they've installed it, but they usually have to have physical access. We can't 100% guarantee that, but if you know for a fact that nobody else has had access to your phone, it's pretty unlikely that these types of spyware have been installed. And if you do feel like you're being tracked, it may be that it's through something else like your iCloud or the Google settings that they might have guessed the password to that, and that's how they're actually finding out all the information.
Hello everybody, welcome back. How are these things marketed? I mean, do they claim that they're for good purpose, even though they secretly know they're often going to be used for evil purpose?
I don't even think I'm ready, to be honest with this guy.
I think the thing is that, somebody who is
he just announced he's doing Coachella for the second time. Just announced he's coming to Australia for his world tour.
Is using a whole range of
just announced he's coming on the night show. He's worked with Dua, he's done Cardi B.
Over the victim.
Good music. J Balvin's been around for a long time. He's stopping by for the first time.
It's also a moot point. I don't think they really give a shit to give humanity to these people who are just so virulently violent.
A lot of them have been taken over by this parasite. So it's the zombies.
They're just monsters. They're not totally zombies. They're like half-brain zombies.
Okay. And also, we don't say the word zombie in zombie films, do we? Really?
We don't. I know this is a possessed parasite. This is Invasion of the Body Snatchers or something. I know, something like that. Now, what really took me by surprise as well is, I was thrown at the start of the film when we have this presenter against the black screen who's giving us a monologue, who is played by etc. who, if you're not familiar, she/they are a performer who basically made a wider name for themselves from Drag Race Down Under, and they're on screen speaking directly to the audience, asking in very B-grade horror movie kind of fashion deep but not actually deep questions, and it very much harkens back
back to old sci-fi. Sam, you've probably not seen old Edward movies, I don't think.
No. I think that's the key difference between these without that
for a nefarious purpose
context
versus a technology
but
or an app that's developed to sort of try and help you out and make your life easier.
I can see that she was there for a
CEO of the
reason. I liked the framing device.
Yeah, it is a fun framing device, but like instantly I'm thrown in, I'm thinking
or know someone who is,
Bella
is
Lugosi's
1-800-RESPECT. That is
random monologue in Edward's Glen or Glenda or Criswell the Psychic from Plan 9 from Outer Space.
This is
if you're familiar with that,
News
they
Radio,
are
and it's time to check in on sport.
so trashy but so brilliant at the same time, etc., etc. Brings this fun little presence there. I know how that strike you.
Yeah, look, it just makes it so clear that Mackie has really made this movie for herself, and for people like her and people like us, it's just that it's self-indulgent, but in a way that I can relate to and go, yay, Queen, tell your story, tell our story, because it's just, we've just got, that's just, the framing device is just one in several trans female directors that were shown in this movie.
I mean, that's the fun of like indie. Yeah, that's the fun of indie film like this, is that you don't get bogged down in trying to appeal to a mainstream audience. Yeah. She's come along and basically said, screw this, abandon the, like any kind of sense of appealing to the cishet audience at all. And it's just like, you know what, this is about us, this is about our age, this is punk rock as hell, and you love it for that, even though it is just pure, like, B-grade. Just, it is what it is. I did find the main characters extremely relatable, though. I say this, I'm loving this, even though, like, B-grade schlock is not my thing. It's a film that knows what it is, and loves what it is as well.
Before we finish the segment, I do have just a shout out to Casual Ace Rap.
Yes,
right at the start, Sophie's like, "Ooh, sex, disgusting," but then she goes on to a date that is bad. It's a bad date, but it's got nothing to do with her raceness. She goes away, and then she has a beautiful romantic story arc, which. Again, just racist just isn't a problem. It's just a thing. We don't, and it's just their connection, their relationship's just beautiful. And I enjoyed it.
Now, if you do want to check out T Blockers, it is going to be streaming video on demand from March 20. Alice also has a couple of other films, Sovam and I forget the name. But she has 2 films currently on Shudder and another one, Satanic Panic, which will be coming to Acme in a few weeks as well. Plus, next week on our show, we're going to be playing my interview with Alice Mayo McKay as well. So I know, definitely stay tuned for that.
Geeks Out is Joy's home of pop culture, sci-fi, horror, comics, anime and more. Enter the Nerdsphere to find out the latest news and reviews from a queer perspective. From Star Wars to Steven Universe, Doctor Who to DC Comics, and Kaiju to Creepshow. Stay caught up on the past, present and future. Geeks Out beams down on Mondays at 7 p.m. on Joy.
It was a great match.
Enter the Cabaret Room on Sunday nights for all things cabaret, theatre and music. Enjoy your favourite show tunes, both old and new, featuring a range of guests from the biggest stars to emerging artists. So, why not visit the Cabaret Room and settle in for a night of entertainment? The Cabaret Room, Sunday nights on 9 p.m, right here on Joy. Or check out the podcast. Head to joy.org.au/The Cabaret Room.
Outtakes brings you the latest in queer film, including reviews, movie news, and interviews with leading filmmakers from around the world. Missed an episode? Catch up on over 200 episodes through the Outtakes podcast. Head to joy.org.au/outtakes or search Outtakes on your favourite podcast platform. Tune into Outtakes, the home of queer cinema, on Joy 94.9, Saturdays at 4 p.m.
Thanks, Fraser.
This is a Joy 94.9 program encore.
Hi, I'm Corin Nemec, and you are listening to Geeks Out
at the
on
capital
Joy.
city weather right now in Brisbane, it's 26 degrees, a shower or two.
You are with Miranda and Sam. And Sam, I think this is the first time that you and I have just been flying solo together.
Yeah.
It's a bit nice. It's very intimate between us. Kind of digging it so far. And right now we're about to...
In Melbourne, it's 28 right now.
We enjoyed a treat of a film sometime last week.
In Hobart, it's 23 right now.
Two films, but especially this. I think this one is probably a highlight. Love Lies Bleeding from director Rose Glass, starring Kristen Stewart, Katie O'Brien, Jenna Malone, Ed Harris, Dave Franco, and so many more. We've got a quick trailer for you right now.
It's 30 degrees, partly cloudy tomorrow, 28 to 33.
You talked to your dad recently?
You're listening to ABC News Radio, where it's time to check in on the news headlines with Glenn Lauder.
Hi there, Laura. A Category 3 cyclone has made landfall in the Northern Territory. The system from the Gulf of Carpentaria is moving slowly southwest with wind gusts of up to 195 kilometres an hour. Many residents in the town of Borroloola have been evacuated by bus as the cyclone arrives.
Oklahoma? I've never been anywhere but
to exclude small businesses from managing the government's expanded paid parental leave scheme. The changes have passed Parliament and will result in an incremental increase in paid parental leave from the current 20 weeks to 26 weeks by 2026. Some Senate crossbenchers had argued small businesses should be exempt from managing the payments as it would be too onerous, but that hasn't been adopted. The Queensland government's rejected an independent Olympic infrastructure reviews call to build a new multi-billion-dollar stadium in Brisbane's Victoria Park. The reviews recommended scrapping the Gabba rebuild plan in favour of a new stadium at Hurston at a marginally higher cost of up to $3.4 billion. But the Premier, Stephen Miles, says his government won't accept the Victoria Park Stadium proposal. A soldier has been farewelled by family, friends, defence personnel and senior politicians in the New South Wales Hunter Valley. Hundreds of people packed out a church in Cessnock for the funeral of Lance Corporal Jack Fitzgibbon, including the Prime Minister Anthony Albanese. The 33-year-old son of former Labor MP and Defence Minister Joel Fitzgibbon was fatally injured during a parachute training incident at Richmond's RAAF base in Sydney's west earlier this month. And Uber will pay Australian taxi drivers $272 million in a world-first class action settlement. Morris Blackburn lawyers filed the class action in 2019 on behalf of more than 8,000 drivers who lost income and licence values when Uber aggressively moved into the Australian market. The law firm says the historic settlement follows a gruelling 5-year legal battle. That's it for now, Laura. Back in just under half an hour with a full bulletin.
Cheers, Glenn.
You're listening to ABC News Radio.
Laura Chilingirian here with you. Coming up, the latest world news from our broadcast partners at the BBC. Later this half hour, despite its risks, we'll take a look at why spearfishing is booming in popularity.
There's some dark humour that keep it fitting into one comfortable little mold.
And the latest in finance on what's expected to be a shaky week on the Australian share market.
But ultimately, it's a feel-good shoot-em-up story.
Right now it is time to check in on what's happening on the global stage this week. And joining me to take a look at those major stories is Rich Preston, BBC journalist. Hello, Rich.
And I know there are parts that left me personally recoiling.
Now, this week, the social media website Reddit might be going public on the New York Stock Exchange. What do we need to know?
The first 5 minutes there.
Yeah, this is interesting, I think. Reddit often doesn't get the attention of Facebook and Instagram or X or Twitter or whatever you call it now. But it's not insignificant. It has more than 1 billion users. That's nearly double what X says it has. Reddit's strapline, if you like, is that it is the front page of the internet. Now, it's more conversational in tone. People start topics or threads, and within those you get subtopics or subreddits. It's not necessarily about people sharing your post or liking it in the way that platforms like X or Instagram or TikTok are built. It's much more about that community engagement. It's also not as clearly organised. It sometimes takes a while to find your feet on Reddit and find the niche that works for you, because there are so many different communities. You can have groups of people who only talk about mechanics mechanics of racing cars, for example. Other groups might talk about baking the perfect croissant or how to train a golden retriever. It really can be very niche. With that can sometimes come some toxic content. There are news stories pop up every now and again about hate speech. There's also a lot of pornography and adult content on Reddit, which is problematic if you're going to be listing publicly. But of course, that's something Reddit will have to address. And what's interesting on the financial front, because an IPO offering is all about money, of course, Reddit hasn't turned a profit in 20 years. So trying to go public when you've got that background is significant. This is actually the first time a social media company's gone public since Snapchat did so in 2017. Nonetheless, Reddit is pushing ahead and it's really selling its community. And that, of course, is because with this big community and the data around that community, knowing what people engage in, you know what ads you can target at them. So it really is quite a big selling point, and Reddit plan on raising just about £500 million, then sell 22 million shares to the public, which will value it at between $5.5 and $6.5 billion. So there is high hopes for Reddit when this happens later on this week. A couple of other interesting twists to it. Apparently, all the traders on the New York Stock Exchange floor are going to be dressed in Reddit's white and orange colour scheme when this happens on Thursday. And for those who watch the markets, it's also notable that this is going on the New York Stock Exchange, because most tech companies list on the NASDAQ. But nonetheless, Reddit going ahead with its IPO offering, if all goes well, on Thursday this week.
I don't think I've ever seen a power suit in orange and white. Sounds interesting. Now, nuclear energy is a big one this week. There's a major summit happening in Belgium. Can you tell me about that?
But I think maybe that's something
isn't it funny how moods can sometimes swing on things? Once upon a time, nuclear energy was seen by many as dangerous, something to avoid. Let's stick with natural resources, even if they are coal, oil and gas. Now, of course, coal, oil and gas are the enemies, and many see nuclear fuel as the way to get us out of the climate crisis. If done safely, it can produce vast amounts of energy with no greenhouse gases. So there's this two-day summit starting on Thursday. This was announced at the COP28 Climate Summit, and the exclusive focus is going to be on nuclear energy. It's being held jointly by the Belgian government and the UN's nuclear watchdog. About 30 countries expected to attend, including Britain, France, the US, Egypt, South Korea, as well as businesses involved in the tech behind this, the likes of Microsoft and the French firm EDF. Lots of things on the agenda, from decarbonisation, transition to net zero, but also things like energy security. We've seen that come under threat recently with Russia's war in Ukraine and how that's affected gas supplies to Europe. But also more superficial things like the public perception of nuclear power and how you tackle that. Would you be happy with a nuclear power station being built 5 miles from your home? Most people would probably say no. They need to go somewhere, so that needs to be addressed. We're not expecting any major announcements. These are early tentative steps towards increased collaboration on nuclear issues. But we will be expecting some kind of commitment, some kind of joint statements on working together, security, and pledges for the future.
Now, Rich, a European leaders meeting in Brussels on Thursday to discuss not only Russia's war in Ukraine, which the newly elected President Vladimir Putin has vowed to continue with, and the situation in the Middle East, of course, which also shows no signs of slowing down. What's expected?
But his villainy comes from
so
being a crime
these meetings happen every so often, of course, but this really is coming at a crucial moment. As you mentioned, Laura, President Putin's re-election, more than 80% of the vote he claims in Russia. It's also today, the 18th of March, 10 years since Russia annexed Crimea. You often hear news organizations talking about the full-scale invasion of Ukraine because, of course, for many Ukrainians, the invasion started a decade ago when Russia took over Crimea, and of course still no deal brokered between Israel and Hamas when it comes to conflict in Gaza. So two big issues on the agenda there. This is a two-day summit, security and defence, really the focus of the situation around Russia, Ukraine and around Israel, Gaza. We're expecting a kind of recommitment to Ukraine and the leaders to issue a joint statement reaffirming the importance of Ukraine's territorial integrity. And we're also expecting a another insistence on an immediate humanitarian pause in fighting in Gaza, especially with Israel's warnings that it will carry out a ground offensive in Rafah. EU leaders strongly urging against that because of the potential huge cost to civilian lives. Any agreement or any statement that does come out of this meeting on Thursday will require the approval of all EU 27 national leaders. So it will be, in many ways, a resounding message on behalf of Europe to Israel. Nonetheless, Israel has previously pushed back against the international community, including its own allies, when it comes to what it sees as meddling in its matters.
There seem to be a lot of meetings and a lot of proclamations, but it's a matter of people listening, right?
Prepared as you can.
Yeah, absolutely.
Rich, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
I know it's only March.
That is BBC journalist Rich Preston there. You're listening to ABC News Radio. Now, several Palestinians who had their temporary Australian visas cancelled are still awaiting clarity from the federal government, though others have had their visas reinstated. Last week, some Palestinians who'd been able to flee Gaza had their Australian visas cancelled, leaving them stranded in other countries. Political reporter Chantal Al-Khoury has more from Parliament House.
These are subclass 600 temporary visas. They were granted to both Israelis and Palestinians as early as November last year. We've seen some cancellation letters of Palestinians who found out some of them as they were about to board flights that their visas had been cancelled. Basically, these visas mean that you can't work or access healthcare in Australia and you can't access education. Now, we've spoken to some family members who applied for their loved ones. They say that their family members were stuck in foreign countries. They had no legal status and couldn't return to Gaza either. Many were told in those cancellation letters that we saw that the government had determined they did not genuinely intend to stay in Australia on a temporary basis. Now, we know at least 8 people have had their visas reinstated after what the government says were additional security and other checks conducted by the Home Affairs Department. Now, they haven't confirmed what exactly those checks are, what they look like, how many people had their visas cancelled and how many have had them reinstated. So there are still questions to be answered, particularly from members of the community. We know that late last week the government suggested that the way in which some Palestinians fled Gaza were causes for concern and were part of the reasons why we saw these cancellations. A spokesperson for the Home Affairs Minister said while they are intending and have a strong commitment to helping people leave, they make no apology for doing everything necessary to maintain Australia's national security. There's still a lot of questions from the community, a lot of confusion in terms of that part I just told you about where the government had concerns about how people got out. I've spoken to a lot of people in the past week. Some have told me about this process of getting out through the Rafah crossing, which we know many Palestinians weren't able to get out of. That system has since broken down. Many have had to resort to other avenues to try and leave. We did hear from the Greens as well. Adam Bant, the Greens leader, a little earlier, he says the cancellations were unjustifiable from the very beginning. He said that a full explanation of what happened was needed and that those families deserved some clarity. We also heard from the Federal Cabinet Minister Murray Watt in the Senate a little earlier. Here's what he had to say about the government's decision.
Decisions were made to award visas to some applicants, not all.
I don't know why, because it's a great song. It's called Marathon Man.
Those decisions were based on information that was available at the time those decisions were made.
It's our tribute
so we have also heard from other people who have been affected. We heard from Hani, a 23-year-old Palestinian man. He's been trapped in Istanbul airport for 4 days now. His visa was cancelled while he was waiting at that transit country before coming to Australia. He says he doesn't have his luggage with him. He doesn't have answers. His family here are trying to get him home. They are still waiting for some answers. But for those who have been following this story, the ABC spoke to the family of 2 sisters, one of whom had 4 children. They were told that their visas were cancelled. They were trapped at an airport for a little while. They are now en route to Australia to be with their family members.
That is political reporter Chantal Al-Khoury there. The headlines on ABC News Radio. Severe tropical cyclone Megan has made landfall in the Northern Territory, packing wind gusts of 200 kilometres an hour. Embattled Victorian opposition leader John Pesutto says he's confident he'll lead his party at the next state election amid mounting pressure over his leadership. Federal Greens leader Adam Bandt says the government owes an explanation to the Palestinians who had their Australian visas cancelled last week. And the Queensland Government has rejected an independent Olympic infrastructure review's call to build a new multi-billion-dollar stadium in Brisbane's Victoria Park. Well, it's a hobby that could bring you face-to-face with a shark, a crocodile, or some of the best catches Australia has to offer. But despite its risks, spearfishing is booming in popularity as adrenaline chasers share their underwater adventures online. Even those who've witnessed shark attacks can't hang up their wetsuits. Lily Nothling reports from Lucinda in North Queensland.
Zachary Schmidt was hooked on spearfishing from his very first dive.
For me, the thing I love the most about spearfishing is just being down on the bottom, getting to see all the other fish life that is normally down there, from whales, manta rays, turtles, sea snakes. There's so much life down there that you get to experience when you go diving.
Armed with a harpoon gun and waterproof camera, the self-described Spearo holds his breath for 90 seconds and plunges up to 25 metres below the ocean surface. The 22-year-old regularly makes trips to the Great Barrier Reef, capturing the highlights for his more than 150,000 social media followers.
Because it's so unique and it's just what you can capture under the water can be just so incredible that quite a lot of people obviously do record and film their diving, and they do love to post it online. So there's a really big industry for that, and it's growing and growing every year. You see more divers in the water, more videos getting posted.
Spearfishing is one of mankind's oldest fishing techniques. It's exploded in popularity in recent years as more thrill seekers like Zachary post their underwater adventures online. But the sport isn't without its risks.
For example, today, out diving on the reef, we did see several sharks, but most of them are just coming in, having a look, and then making their way about. There's a lot of things in the water that obviously can harm you, but if you do it correctly and you're diving with buddies, generally it can be relatively safe.
2 men have been attacked by sharks while spearfishing off the coast of Lucinda in North Queensland in recent years. Their friend and veteran spearfisherman Peter Kosika witnessed both attacks firsthand and rendered first aid.
I consider Rick and Glenn to be lucky. I didn't think they would survive. It did open my eyes to what happens, because I know we were a bit blasé or overconfident. In a lot of the places we dived is very dangerous, like with no visibility and deep diving.
It took Peter more than 2 years to get back in the water after the first shark attack in 2017. He returned within a week of the second. The risk of a third attack still plays on his mind, but he can't let spearfishing go.
It's just, I think, the adrenaline rush, and it's a different world under there. It's beautiful when it's clean and things you see and things you hope not to see.
He's watched with interest as more and more people pick up the sport.
When I first started, there was only, I won't say anyone, but there was only not many doing it, and that's why there was fish galore. But yeah, as a sport, it's really exploded. I think because people were obviously sat at home, couldn't do much because of the COVID, but I think people just getting out more and enjoying life a bit more. Probably sick of computer games and TV a bit.
As the sport grows, Fisheries Queensland has urged divers to familiarise themselves with the rules about where they can and can't spearfish, and always dive in pairs. Peter Kosika agrees.
It can be a dangerous sport. You're obviously in the ocean. It's not just sharks. I think the biggest killer of spearfishermen is shallow water blackout, where you push yourself too much and black out. I've noticed, because they want to get this YouTube video or this picture with this barramundi, they are taking silly risks, because not only have we exploded as a sport, but crocodile populations obviously exploded as well. One thing I do say, if they do go, just always be wary and keep an eye out and never spear alone. I have, and it's absolutely silly because it's dangerous. Always keep in your mind that there are predators there that will want to kill you.
And that is veteran spear fisherman Peter Kossiker, ending that report from Lily Nothling and Chloe Schmicki. You're listening to ABC News Radio. An ABC background briefing investigation has revealed that New South Wales Police have searched 3.7 million people over the last 2 decades. According to the investigation, on an average day in the state, police stop and search about 550 people and vehicles without a warrant. 20 years ago, that figure was just 88. Inga Ting is a data journalist who's been working on the investigation.
So what we've done is obtained 20 years of data from the Bureau of Crime Statistics and Research and paired that with data obtained under Freedom of Information laws from New South Wales Police. And what we find from that is that overwhelmingly it's First Nations people who are targeted most by police. In the state last financial year, they made up nearly 18% of people searched, while they make up just 3.5% of the general population.
And how do search patterns change across different locations in the state?
So that's where it gets really interesting. If we look at different locations and the demographics of the people who live there, we see that the search patterns of police changed very much. So if I'm to give you 2 examples, if we look at the Hills area, for example, in Sydney's northwest, it's a more well-to-do area in the state. It has one of the lowest numbers of searches by police. And in that area, searches really only peak once a week, and that's Friday nights at around 10 and 11 p.m. If we go to Liverpool, however, that's an area in Sydney's southwest. It's more working class, has more migrants. In that area, we can see that searches are run throughout the day, and they peak not only throughout the week, but also multiple times within the day. So in fact, people in Liverpool are searched 5 times more than people in the Hills. And on top of that, they're searched multiple times during the day and actually are most likely to be searched during the day on Tuesdays and Wednesdays at 10 and 11 in the morning.
And how likely is it the searchers are to find anything?
Across the period of the data, across 20 years, we find that 90% of the time, police do not actually find anything. And that is a statistic that does not very much depend according to location or who is searched. So whether you're Indigenous or not, regardless of the kind of community that you live in or where you're located in Sydney, on average across the 20 years, 9 in 10 searches did not turn up anything.
That is ABC journalist Inga Ting speaking there with Joe O'Brien. Time now for finance here on ABC News Radio with independent economist Evan Lucas.
Very, very much calm before the storm today. Very flat day. Was in the end up, which is impressive because we were pointing down this morning, up only 7 points. But that calm is because there is a lot of economic data across the globe happening this week, and markets are a little bit nervous about what exactly that might entail.
So today the RBA are meeting, but we won't know until tomorrow what they've said. Is that right? What are we looking at tomorrow?
Yes. So that's the new thing, isn't it, about what's going on with the RBA? The fact that they now meet for 2 days rather than basically meeting sort of for lunch, having a bit of a lunch, and then telling us at 2 p.m. in the afternoon exactly what their thought process was during that lunch. They do it for 2 days, and it's getting all that economic data, getting that understanding. Look, they won't move rates tomorrow. That's a given. We pretty much know that already. But there is more people getting what we refer to as hawkish around the whole thing with the RBA, that maybe they actually don't move rates at all in 2024. There's even the odd person out there suggesting that they actually might raise rates before they cut them, unfortunately. But it's, again, how are they viewing the Australian economy? How are they viewing the overall consumer, which is doing slightly better than expected? The fact that unemployment is still comparably to history quite low. All of those things are what's going to go through with them, and therefore it's her press conference tomorrow that Michelle Bullock will give that is so important, because it will lay the groundwork, not for probably this part of the financial year, but the second half of this calendar year, where the action will actually probably start taking place for the RBA.
And is Australia alone in winding back those expectations of a rate cut? What's happening in the US?
Yes, and that's a good point. No, we're not. The US has basically, over the last 6 weeks particularly, started to move away from the expectation that rate cuts are going to happen sooner rather than later. So at one point, even as early as mid-January, the expectation was this week on Thursday for us in Australia, Wednesday over in the States, they were going to start cutting rates. That has now been pushed right back. The earliest expectation is June, with more likely it being in September. And like us, they have inflation that's holding up better than expected. The unemployment rate is also better than expected. And the overall sort of malaise in the economy is there, but not as bad as expected. So they are having to sort of wait to see how much more effort is needed to get inflation in the US back to 2%, where it currently sits at 3.8%.
That is independent economist Evan Lucas speaking there with Sarah Dingle. You're listening to ABC News Radio, and it's time to check in on sport right now with Fraser Fife.
Thanks, Laura. Well, American golfer and world number one Scotty Scheffler won the US PGA's Players' Championship in Florida by a stroke. Scheffler came from 5 shots down and overcame neck troubles during the tournament to card a final round of 64 and finish the tournament at 20 under par. He's the first player in golf history to win back-to-back Players' titles. Earlier, I spoke with golf writer Jimmy Emanuel to provide some context for Scheffler's achievement.
Oh, it's huge, realistically. I mean, we've been playing the Players' Championship for 50 years. This is the 50th playing, and no one has ever defended the title. So that shows how big it is. The best players in the world have won this tournament, but no one's ever won it back-to-back, and that is such an impressive achievement. And he was a fair way back at different stages. He was a bit injured on Friday as well. So to do this and win this morning was so impressive.
With that result, he has sort of solidified his grip atop the world rankings and established himself as the man to beat. Is there anyone that can actually challenge his reign at the top?
With the way he's been playing golf for the last probably 18 months and the way he's now putting, probably not. I mean, he's been hitting the golf ball better than anyone has in a long, long time. So the only thing that's been missing has been the putter. Rory McIlroy suggested to him to try a mallet putter, and he's been putting good since. I think Rory might be regretting that suggestion very much, but he's been playing so well and heading into the first major at the Masters. He's going to be hard to stop. Rory's the other player with that ability. And then also when we get to the majors, we get the live players coming back into the fold. So there might be a few from there, but if he plays the way he played on Sunday at the Players, it's very hard to beat him.
Well, speaking of the Live Tour, that was one of the talking points heading into the tournament about the fracturing of the playing group. Do you think that the fact that some of the world's best golfers weren't participating in the Players' Championship maybe takes some of the shine off of his achievement?
I don't think so. There's a lot of discussion around whether, wins without every single player that could maybe compete in these events has an asterisk. So you can only beat the players you're playing against and the guys that are teeing it up. Now, we would love to have maybe every field have all the best players, but this is the way it is at the moment. You can only beat the players you're playing against, and that's what he did. The Players' Championship is still one of the prized sort of events in men's professional golf, and he's won 2 of them in a row. So I don't think Scotty Scheffler will be thinking about that as he celebrates win number 2 at all.
Now, I suppose moving forward just on the Live PGA situation, is that expected to be solved anytime soon? It just seems like a constant talking point for the tour, to a certain extent to its detriment.
Yeah, it brought up again a lot this week because this is the PGA Tour's sort of flagship event. They don't run the majors, the 4 men's majors, the other big events in men's golf. But this is their event. Jay Monahan, who's the commissioner, spoke this week for the first time in a while to the media, and he was asked a lot about it. He said there was meetings ongoing. There's apparently some players meeting with Yasir Al-Rahman, who's the head of the public investment fund that sort of owns and operates Live Golf, that things might progress, but it is going to be a while away. There's still not an agreement that's solidified, and then from there you have to look at schedules and how it all works. So we are still going to be a bit away, but it's going to be a constant talking point until we get there.
And finally, Jimmy, how would you rate things from an Australian point of view after the Players' Championship?
Yeah, I think a lot of the players are in a good spot. Jason Day has been having a fantastic year this year. He's had a few struggles over the last couple of years, and he won last year, and he's sort of coming back. He looked really good at times. He finished 35th. Adam Scott, Mr. Consistency, makes a lot of cuts at the Players, and he loves Augusta. Minwoo Lee wasn't at his best, but he did have some bright spots. So we've got a lot of good players. You bring Cam Smith in from the Live side, and we'll have some good contenders going into Augusta, and hopefully they can make it work and get over the line.
That was golf writer Jimmy Emanuel speaking to me earlier about Scottie Scheffler's historic win at the USPGA's Players' Championship in Florida. And that is the latest in sport. Laura?
Fraser Fife there. You're listening to ABC News Radio, where it's time for the weather. Brisbane right now, 25 degrees, a shower or two tomorrow, and 29. It's 22 at the moment in Sydney. You're also in for a shower or two with a high of 28 expected. Canberra, it's 18 right now. A shower or two on the way with a top of 28 for your Tuesday. Melbourne right now, 28 degrees. It's going to be windy tomorrow, showers developing and a high of 30. Hobart, 22 right now, a shower or two becoming windy for Tuesday and 29. In Adelaide, it's 22 degrees at the moment, a shower or two tomorrow and 24 expected. In Perth, it's 24 right now. It'll be sunny and 28 tomorrow. And in Darwin, right now 30 degrees. You're in for a partly cloudy Tuesday and a top of 33. It's 8 o'clock Eastern Daylight Time, 7:30 in South Australia, 7 in Queensland, 6:30 in the Northern Territory and 5 in the West. News time.
ABC News with Glenn Lauder. Severe tropical cyclone Megan has made landfall in the Northern Territory. The Category 3 system's packing wind gusts of up to 195 kilometres an hour, and it's tracking southwest close to the community of Borroloola, where some residents have been evacuated by bus. At the Glencore mine, 65 kilometres inland from Borroloola, Tracy Jones says they're expecting the cyclone to weaken significantly before it affects them.
The cyclone will pass us either at a 1 or a low. Our buildings are all rated to withstand up to a Category 3 cyclone. We've got ways to keep people safe on site, and that's what we'll be doing.
The former Prime Minister Paul Keating says there's nothing controversial about him meeting China's Foreign Minister Wang Yi during his official visit to Australia this week. Here's Foreign Affairs reporter Stephen Jedgetts.
Wang Yi and Penny Wong will hold official meetings in Canberra, but Chinese officials have also asked Mr Keating to meet with the Chinese Foreign Minister next week. Some MPs have suggested that China is trying to embarrass Australia because Mr Keating has been one of the government's most forceful critics on China and has repeatedly attacked Senator Wong's approach. But Mr Keating says the media coverage of the meeting is contemptible and that there's nothing remarkable about him meeting with Wang Yi while he's in Australia.
The family of a Sudanese refugee who died after collapsing on Manus Island says they hope an inquest will shed light on conditions in offshore detention centres. A 2-day coronial inquest is probing the medical care given to Sudanese refugee Faisal Ishaq Ahmed, who collapsed on Manus Island and later died in 2016. An emergency physician asked to review the case and has told the coroner's court that he believes Mr Ahmed fell and suffered critical head injuries after having a seizure caused by low blood sodium levels. Ashley Bucket from the National Justice Project has read a statement from the 27-year-old's family outside the inquest.
After his death, the family lost all hope in life and they always think about their deceased son. And from there, they lost everything and their wishes were destroyed.
Police have labelled a Melbourne woman who pulled 3 unconscious swimmers from the water at a beach in Victoria's West a hero. Brianna Hurst was on holiday when she noticed a group of swimmers in trouble at the unpatrolled Marengo Beach. She swam out, pulling all 3 to ashore one by one. While one man died at the scene, one remains in a serious condition. The other is now stable. The Queensland government's rejected a proposal to build a new multi-billion-dollar stadium at Victoria Park, as recommended in a review of Brisbane Olympic and Paralympic infrastructure. The Premier, Stephen Miles, says the Victoria Park option's too expensive in the midst of a cost of living crisis. Responding to the decision, the Deputy Opposition Leader, Jared Blay, says Mr Miles' handling of Olympic venues has become a comedy of errors.
If this wasn't so serious, this would be funny. This is a comedy skit of errors on Stephen Miles' part. It is shameful that over 1,000 days have passed since Queensland was awarded the Olympic and Paralympic Games. Stephen Miles has botched this so much.
The Israeli military says it's taken control of Al-Shifa Hospital in Gaza City and detained 80 suspects during an operation to arrest Hamas operatives that it claimed were using the complex as a command centre. Here's the BBC's Lucy Williamson.
An eyewitness inside the hospital said there were dead and wounded in the building and that tanks had surrounded it, with heavy fire taking place. He said Israeli forces had arrested some people and described the situation as catastrophic. An Israeli army spokesman said the operation was triggered by intelligence that Hamas had regrouped and was using Shifa to attack troops. The Hamas-run health ministry said Israel was committing a war crime and using fabricated narratives to justify its actions.
Russia's President Vladimir Putin is expected to eventually die in office as the leader secures a fifth term. The results of the latest presidential election will see Mr. Putin rule Russia for the next 6 years. He's also the longest-serving Russian or Soviet leader since Joseph Stalin. Associate Professor of Public Law at Melbourne University, William Partlett, says Mr. Putin doesn't want to give up any power.
It's looking increasingly likely that he's going to stay there until he dies in office. He hasn't showed any interest in creating any form of a succession plan, because as soon as he does that, he exposes himself to the power of someone else. And of course, if he steps down, he's going to be very, very exposed to the powers of the new president.
That's it for ABC News.
You're listening to ABC News Radio.
Hello, Laura Chilingarian here with you on this Monday, the 18th of March. Coming up on the program, South Australia's Aboriginal Children's Commissioner says the state's Child Protection Department is removing First Nations newborns from hospitals without telling their mothers. Also on the program, even as Israel reiterates its plans to launch a military assault on Rafah in Gaza, diplomatic talks are continuing with the hope of securing a ceasefire. And the Queensland Government rejects a recommendation to build a new multi-billion-dollar stadium in Brisbane. We'll take a look at that and also the fallout from the weekend election results. Well, there are allegations the South Australian Child Protection Department has removed some First Nations newborns from hospitals without telling their mothers. South Australia's Commissioner for Aboriginal Children and Young People is investigating the practice as part of an inquiry into the removal of First Nations children in the state. There are also concerns that without change, Indigenous children could enter state care at rates similar to the stolen generations. The Commissioner, April Laurie, outlines what she's heard.
Well, I've heard firsthand from families, mothers especially, about what takes place is often a very cruel and harsh response by the department, that the mothers themselves are unaware that they've been watched, surveilled by the system during their pregnancy, that no one is having contact with them to inform them of any concerns related to their circumstances, that without the notification being known to them, any opportunity to be able to receive services, to have their family around them, to support them and enable greater support, just isn't happening. And what transpires is at the point of delivery that the state intervention is a swift removal of the child.
It's like there are incredible stories coming out of your review, stories of mothers going out to have a cigarette, coming back to find that the baby that they just gave birth to is gone, letters left on the hospital bed. I mean, this is incredibly distressing stuff. Were you shocked by these stories?
Of course, I'm shocked and absolutely appalled that practices like this are abound in the system. And what that reveals is that the practitioners, they work in this system, struggle to engage with mothers, struggle to engage with their families, struggle to engage with the Aboriginal community on these issues, that see that as actually good practice because they don't want to be challenged. They want to have a removal with less interference, with less challenges, without mother. It is a very controlled environment in a hospital setting. So there is no doubt what I would consider corroboration between the health system and the child protection system with an infant removal, that there is no good outcome when you're removing a newborn child from its birth mother.
Were all these removals justified? Did you look at the circumstances surrounding them?
Well, there are matters to do with concerns that the child protection system might have or the health system might have. Whoever makes a report can make a report. That's what is before South Australia and any other jurisdiction when it comes to child protection concerns. But the issue is that whilst the systems that are out there, the professionals can make a notification on an unborn child, it is what actually occurs in terms of the response. So if there's concerns, whether there is an issue to do with, because there's often causals in the person's life, in the woman's life, but much of these issues are preventable, that can prevent a removal. If you're giving enough time and chance in the system to actually have mother notified and involve her family and then have a family meeting, what the system refers to as a family group conference. If you want to change outcomes for children, our Aboriginal children, change the way in which decisions are made. Involve the family. And we know that when there's a family meeting, family generally want to keep their children safe. And that's internationally recognised with whatever research you want to put on the table about family-led decision-making. No family wants to make a decision that actually exposes their children to risk. So when you have family-led decision-making versus the state making the decision to keep the child safe, the outcomes aren't always good. Having family involved, and it is a cruel act of taking children and people describing the circumstances as kidnapping. They're describing a removal as an abduction, that they are the last to know. I'm talking about mothers who have experienced this firsthand.
That is South Australia's Commissioner for Aboriginal Children and Young People, April Laurie, speaking there with Sarah Dingle. Israeli forces have again been targeting Al-Shifa Hospital in Gaza City, carrying out what the army has called a precise operation in limited areas of the complex to arrest Hamas operatives. Witnesses have reported a state of panic and heavy exchanges of gunfire around the hospital where thousands of displaced people have been sheltering. It comes as talks aimed at securing a temporary ceasefire and hostage deal have reportedly restarted in Qatar. That's according to Egyptian officials. Gershon Baskin is Middle East Director of the International Communities Organisation and a researcher of the Israeli-Palestinian conflict and peace process.
Well, Israel has been going back to areas that it thought it cleaned out of Hamas fighters before, but there's a vacuum of governance in these areas, and there are still probably hundreds of thousands of Palestinians from Gaza who have managed to return to areas that Israel has already destroyed, people trying to restart their lives in those areas, and Hamas has come back. Their fighters are working not in organized troops and organized military outfits, but more insurgents seeking to shoot at Israeli soldiers, Israeli tanks, Israeli vehicles. And the Israelis find themselves having a need to go back to these areas and retake control. And this is just the nature of this kind of war. Hamas is an organization that's embedded in the population. They have the ability to move through tunnels that Israel has still not yet been able to destroy. And this is going to be the pattern of this warfare until there is a political solution which puts an end to this war.
Right, which brings us then on to the ceasefire talks, or talks about a potential ceasefire anyway. They had broken down. It is being reported they are back on. What is your understanding about the state of the talks?
Well, the gaps are still quite wide between the sides. It's questionable whether or not Mr. Netanyahu and Mr. Sinwar, the leader of Hamas in Gaza, are actually interested in reaching an agreement. In some respect, the holding of the hostages for Sinwar is his life insurance policy, and the resolution of the hostage situation for Netanyahu enables the war to be prolonged, which prolongs his political life. On the other hand, there's a great deal of pressure from the communities on both sides to reach an agreement that would free, we're talking about 40 hostages, civilians, and for the first time Hamas has agreed to release women soldiers within the deal. It would involve a 40 or 45-day ceasefire, the release of close to 1,000 Palestinian prisoners from Israel, including what Hamas has demanded, over 100 prisoners who are serving life sentences. The most important thing is it would provide a ceasefire for about 6 weeks, which might enable the parties time to think more clearly, more rationally, and maybe come up with a political solution to end the war without the need for Israel to invade the 20% of the Gaza Strip in the south between Khan Yunis and Rafah, which has not yet been invaded by Israel.
Yeah,
where there are
the Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu of Israel has restated again at the weekend his case for going into Rafah. Now, these talks, which are resuming in Doha, are doing so because Hamas has put forward a new proposal. Is that right? This is coming from the Hamas side.
Right. There appears to be several possible areas where Hamas has demonstrated some flexibility in the paper that they submitted to the Qataris, both in that they're not seemingly demanding an Israeli commitment to end the war and withdraw from Gaza in this first phase of an initial ceasefire. That would provide Israel with the opportunity to actually agree, possibly. We don't know what the mandate has been given to the head of the Israeli Mossad, who is going to be leading the talks in Doha. The government cabinet was meeting late last night to provide this mandate. I imagine that as the day goes on, we'll probably hear some leaks and get some information about what that mandate is. If there is flexibility in the Israeli mandate, then there's a good chance that they could reach an agreement.
And if they do reach an agreement, how long might that take and when would it likely kick in?
It'll probably be a few days until a week before they work out the logistics on the implementation of the deal, but it could be less than that. If there is an agreement, it should happen quickly. We're into the month of Ramadan already, which means that it's really important to create a calm in Gaza and in the West Bank and East Jerusalem and around the region. I think we would see a cease of the shooting of the Houthis on shipping going through the Red Sea, and the Israeli-Lebanese border could be quieted, with the back and forth shooting between Hezbollah and Israel coming to a temporary end. So it would be a good thing for the whole entire region.
That's Gershon Baskin, Middle East Director of the International Communities Organisation, speaking with the BBC's Rob Young. Time for the headlines. The NT Emergency Services Minister says severe tropical cyclone Megan has moved more quickly than expected following the failure of attempts to evacuate the coastal community of Borroloola. We'll get an update from the Weather Bureau in about 20 minutes from now. Russia's President Vladimir Putin says he'll think carefully about who to speak with regarding the possibility of peace in Ukraine in a speech announcing his victory in national elections. The RSPCA has released footage showing what it says is hunters being cruel to ducks on the first day of South Australia's duck hunting season on Saturday. And the official team name and Guernsey for the Tasmania Football Club, set to be the newest addition to the AFL League, have been revealed. They will be known as the Tasmania Devils. Well, the Queensland Government has rejected a recommendation to build a new Olympic stadium at Victoria Park in Brisbane. Premier Stephen Miles appointed former Brisbane Lord Mayor Graham Quirk to undertake a review of Olympic and Paralympic infrastructure amid rising opposition to a rebuild of the Gabba Stadium. The Quirk report, released today, recommends building a $3.4 billion stadium at Victoria Park for the 2032 Games. But Premier Miles says he just could not justify spending the money on a new stadium during a cost of living crisis. The announcement comes one day after Labor lost a once very safe seat in a state by-election over and failed to make any ground or major ground in local government elections. Dr. Paul Williams is a political commentator and an associate professor with Griffith University. He says he didn't expect the state government to reject the advice on the stadium.
I am rather surprised, given that the choice of Graham Quirk, who was a popular, long long-serving Liberal National Party Lord Mayor to be commissioned to do this. So it was almost like a statesman-like deal that the Miles government had done. It reached out its hand to someone from the other side of the political divide. And therefore you'd expect the report to be somewhat sober and genuine. And I dare say it was. And so I'm a bit surprised that it's not really been, that none of it's been taken, virtually none of it's been taken up by the Miles government. And so, yeah, there could be some blowback from this, given that, again, a lot of money was spent on commissioning this report. And there are a lot of people who are interested in the Olympics and the future of sports infrastructure in Brisbane. But at the same time, there's a lot of people who aren't. So, it's probably a problem for the Miles government in the very short term. But, ignoring this report and not redeveloping key infrastructure is probably not a big deal in the long run.
Politically, for the new Premier, Stephen Miles, I mean, to commission a review, say you'll follow the advice no matter what it is, but then reject it, a pretty major recommendation once that advice comes to you, does that have an effect with voters?
Yeah, look, I think, again, in the short term, it's a bad look. And we've seen in a recent opinion poll, in the news poll last week, for example, that people have seem to be making up their minds about new Premier Stephen Miles. He's only been in the job since just before Christmas, so 3 months in. Initially, they were giving him the benefit of the doubt. The first poll showed that more people approved of Stephen Miles' leadership than disapproved. But the gap between preferred Premier is widening between Opposition Leader David Crisafulli and Premier Stephen Miles. And this would probably only widen that divide. There's a sense, I feel, in the electorate that people have stopped listening to the Labor government. And so if you see a Labor government that's not itself listening to independent advice, that has been focused on itself these past 3 months with, since Anastasia Palaszczuk's departure, it tends to make voters not want to listen to the Labor government itself. So it's probably a bad look, but again, there are probably much bigger problems facing the Miles government than, where it goes with Olympic infrastructure.
Yeah, well, the Premier did argue that the reason he's not accepting that major advice around building a new stadium was because Queenslanders are in a cost of living crisis and he couldn't possibly do it. Do you think he's now trying to pivot and put the Olympics to the one side because maybe people don't care about it that much anymore and focus on other issues?
Yeah, look, I think that's true. Look, there's, obviously when the Olympics were first awarded a couple of years ago, there was a lot of razzmatazz, a lot of excitement. But certainly, since we've been in the post-COVID inflation cycle, people just aren't talking about the Olympics locally anymore. It's a bit like the way that Melbourne went through, not being terribly interested in the Commonwealth Games in Melbourne. Certainly, the buzz has gone from the Olympics, and as a matter of fact, it's become a bit of a liability. Particularly around the redevelopment of the Gabba, for example, and how much money that was going to cost, $2 billion. And that became a political hot potato then. It was pulling votes away from the Labor Party towards the Greens, who, of course, are anti-development of inner-city areas where people live. So it became a bit of a political millstone, I think, around the Palaszczuk government. And certainly Stephen Miles, I think, wants to distance himself from that. He can't walk away from the Olympics in the same way Dan Andrews walked away from the Commonwealth Games. Queensland stuck with them, so he's trying to make the best of it. And I think the line that it's going to cost Queenslanders too much and that the state government can't afford it is probably a good escape clause because it's largely true. Queensland has one of the biggest debts in the nation, if not the biggest, and we only have budget surpluses by virtue of coal royalties. So the Queensland government's walking a very fine line in terms of fiscal responsibility. And so that's probably as good a line as any to say that we're not going to do some of these things for the Olympics because we simply can't afford them.
Well, the other thing that obviously happened over the weekend was local council elections as well as a couple of by-elections there. I mean, if we start with the local council elections, particularly around the southeast Queensland, were there any surprises at the local government level with what happened there?
Well, I was surprised that in Brisbane that the swing didn't come against the LNP. No one really expected incumbent Liberal National Party Lord Mayor Adrian Schrinner to lose. He won the relatively very easily last time. But the LNP has controlled the City Hall in Brisbane, which is the biggest local government authority in Australia. They've controlled it for 20 years. So then this is yet another 4-year term they've got. And their vote pretty much stayed the same. In the wards and at the mayoral level, there was almost no swing against the LNP. And the Labor Party had a few swings to them and picked up one ward, but there were also swings against them. And so that's really a remarkable thing and sort of testimony that the LNP brand is holding up in Brisbane and in regional Queensland. The Greens vote also improved in Brisbane. Everyone expected that. But no one really expected Labor's vote to go back so badly. So Labor's only polled about 26% in the Brisbane City Council. It's only about 1 in 4 people in Brisbane voted Labor at local level. And that's alarming, because that's the wipeout territory that Anna Blyth suffered when she lost government to Campbell Newman back in 2012. So, yes, I was surprised that Labor didn't get a swing to it and that the LNP didn't get a swing away from it. In terms of the 2 state by-elections, I was also surprised at the size of the swings there. Ipswich West and Inala, Premier Palaszczuk's former seat, both safe Labor electorates. We were all expecting big swings, maybe even double digits, but these swings were approaching 20%, and in fact in Inala, Labor's primary vote collapsed actually 30 points, which is almost a record for Queensland. Now, of course, a lot of that would be the loss of the Palaszczuk personal vote, because Anastasia's father held the seat before her. But look, there's something else going on, and it's clearly 2 issues are dominating Queensland politics above everything else, and that, of course, is cost of living, and Inala and Ipswich West have some socioeconomic challenges, and the other one is youth crime, which is completely dominating the narrative both in Brisbane and the bush. So I think I'm quite surprised that the swings were quite so large. And indeed, Ipswich West, a safe Labor seat, has now been lost to the LNP.
That is Associate Professor Paul Williams from Griffith University in Brisbane, speaking to ABC News Radio's Tim Shepherd there. Time now for sport with Fraser Fyfe.
Thanks, Laura. The AFL's 19th team will be known as the Tasmania Devils and will play in the state's traditional footballing colours of green, red and yellow. Tasmania's inaugural logo incorporates the head of the Tasmanian Devil, and the Guernsey will feature a yellow map of the state on a green jumper. The club's identity was revealed at a launch event held across 6 sites spanning Tasmania this evening. The Devils men's team is expected to enter the AFL competition in 2028, with a timeline for a women's team still being worked through. Continuing with the AFL, and GWS Giants forward Jesse Hogan says his improved fitness has had a huge impact on his impressive start to the season. Hogan has kicked 10 goals in the first 2 rounds after a career best haul of 49 goals last year. He's helped GWS to 2 wins from their first 2 games of the season and is enjoying a rare injury-free run in his career.
My body's been pretty good to me over the last kind of 18 months, and to be able to have a pretty full pre-season and basically try to tack on to the back of last year, end of the year with a bit of momentum, and like I said, had another big pre-season, and I think we're just gelling really well as a forward-line group at the moment.
Wallabies coach Joe Schmidt says effort will be more important than talent when his team returns to the field in home tests against Wales in July. The former Ireland head coach was appointed in January after Eddie Jones departed. Schmidt says he's less concerned about rugby players with talent and more focused on having a consistent Wallabies team.
A lot of the things that you do in rugby don't take a whole lot of talent. They take a whole lot of effort. They take a little bit of intelligence and IP in the game, and then the talent tends to be the icing on the cake. We just got to make sure that we bake the cake.
In cricket, WA's men's coach Adam Voges says he expects Tasmania to battle for every run and every wicket in this week's Sheffield Shield final in Perth. Western Australia is chasing its 3rd straight Shield title after pipping Tasmania to hosting rights last week. The Tigers are looking for their first Shield triumph since 2013. Voges says it'll be a tight contest.
They've found different ways to be really competitive this year. They've led the table for the majority of the season. We've had a couple of really good contests against them that have been draws, but they'll be ultra competitive this week. And we know, like every week, that we'll need to bring our best cricket to make sure we come out on top.
Recalled Socceroos striker Adam Taggart says he thought he may have played his last game for the national side before his latest call-up. Taggart has been named as part of a squad of 25 to play Lebanon in 2 World Cup qualifiers in Sydney this Thursday and in Canberra next week. Taggart has been in blistering form for the Perth Glory, scoring 15 A-League goals, but he hasn't been selected for the Socceroos for almost 2 years after missing out on the last World Cup.
I probably thought that I wasn't going to play again after my last camp in here, so like I said, I'm obviously appreciative to be back in here, and I'll be trying to take this opportunity with both hands, and as a striker it's always about scoring goals, so I'll be looking to do that.
The women's world number 1 tennis player Iga Swiatek has won the Indian Wells tournament for the 2nd time. In a repeat of the 2022 final, the Pole defeated Greece's Maria Sakkari 6-4, 6-love. Swiatek was pleased with the way she maintained her intensity throughout the match.
I'm super proud of my performance today. For sure, it was a test, of my mental training, because it's not easy to lead in the final like that and then keep going. So I'm happy that I focused on the right things.
In the men's decider, the world number 2 Carlos Alcaraz defeated Russian Daniil Medvedev for the second year in a row. And finally, Scottie Scheffler has become the first golfer in history to win back-to-back Players' Championships on the PGA Tour. The world number 1 shot a final round of 8 under to win by 1 shot from Xander Schauffele, Brian Harman and Wyndham Clark. Clark's birdie putt on the 18th hole to force a playoff lipped out narrowly. Scheffler says he's delighted to win the prestigious tournament again after battling a neck injury. And that is the latest in sport. Laura?
A look at the weather right now in Brisbane. It's 25 degrees, down to 21 tonight, a shower or 2 and 29 tomorrow. Sydney, 22 right now, a low of 20, a high of 28 with a shower or 2. Canberra currently 17 degrees, also a shower or 2 expected where you are. Down to 14 in the nation's capital tonight and a high of 28. In Melbourne, it's 27 degrees, 21 the low. Windy with showers developing and a high of 30 for Tuesday. Hobart currently 22 degrees, down to 18, becoming windy with a shower or 2 and 29. It's 22 degrees in Adelaide. You're in for a shower or 2, 17 to 24 expected. Perth, 24 right now, a low of 13, a sunny high of 28 on Tuesday. And in Darwin, it is 29 degrees, dropping to 28 and then a partly cloudy 33 tomorrow. Time for a news update.
ABC News with Glenn Lauder. The Northern Territory government says it's been closely watching the development of severe tropical cyclone Megan. The Category 3 systems made landfall, bringing destructive winds of up to 195 kilometres an hour, as well as intense rainfall and a dangerous storm tide. Chief Minister Eva Lawler says the system's already wreaked havoc across other parts of the Territory before forming into a tropical cyclone.
We've been tracking it for nearly a week. If you remember, that was a low that went across the top of the Territory and then came through down the Gulf of Carpentaria. We saw storms and large storms in Gallawinku, then went through Groote Island, and as I said, Groote had about 500 mils of rain. So we've been watching it very, very closely.
The former Prime Minister Paul Keating has flagged he could meet China's Foreign Minister during Wang Yi's official visit to Australia this week. Here's Foreign Affairs reporter Stephen Jedgetts.
Wang Yi and Penny Wong will hold formal meetings on Wednesday in Canberra, but Chinese officials have also asked Mr Keating if he could meet with the Chinese Foreign Minister. The meeting's potentially controversial because Mr Keating has been one of the most forceful critics of the government's foreign policy and has repeatedly accused Senator Wong of unfairly targeting China. But in a statement, Mr Keating says there's nothing remarkable about the invitation and says media coverage of the meeting is contemptible. He also says he supports the government's attempts to stabilise ties with Beijing.
The independent MP Allegra Spenders outlined a plan she says will help ease cost of living pressures for many Australians by reducing energy bills. Key elements to the plan include support for households locked out of cleaner energy and regulations which prevent gas appliances from being installed in new builds. Ms Spenders calling on the government to commit to a multi-year funding agreement.
Because if you make this commitment, we could help up to 500,000 households in Australia have permanent energy price relief, permanently lower power bills and at the same time make a positive impact on the environment.
A South Australian inquiry into the removal of First Nations children has heard alarming evidence from several mothers whose babies were taken at birth. It's alleged the state's Child Protection Department removed some newborns from hospitals without telling their mothers. Departmental data for 2023 shows that of the 24 babies who were removed within 31 days of birth, a quarter were Aboriginal. Commissioner April Laurie says the practice is unacceptable.
Any opportunity to be able to receive services, to have their family around them, to support them and enable greater support just isn't happening. And what transpires is at the point of delivery, the state intervention is a swift removal of the child.
The RSPCA has released footage showing what it says is hunters being cruel to ducks on the first day of South Australia's duck hunting season. The videos filmed by another organisation allegedly show hunters swinging ducks in circles by their heads to kill them, shooting into flocks and leaving dead ducks unretrieved at Lake George near Beachport in the state's southeast. Carolyn Jones from the RSPCA says that apart from these apparent breaches of hunting permit conditions, the sport's inherently cruel because ducks are shot with pellets that often wound them without killing them.
No matter how much regulation is put around this activity, and of course there are incredible difficulties with enforcing those regulations, this cannot be made an humane activity, and that is why RSPCA and so many others want it to stop.
Russia's President Vladimir Putin says the presence of Western troops in Ukraine could lead to the brink of World War III. He's used his victory speech in Russia's presidential elections to say that Russia's armed forces are advancing in Ukraine every day. Ukraine's labelled the elections as illegitimate, with President Volodymyr Zelensky adding that there's no evil Mr Putin won't commit to stay in power. The president says Russia will need to consider who it can talk to about peace in Ukraine.
I think that anything is possible in the modern world, but I've already said this, and it's clear to everyone that this conflict between Russia and NATO will be just one step away from a full-scale World War III. I don't think anybody is interested in this.
And the official team name in Guernsey for the Tasmania Football Club has been revealed. Marking an exciting day for a keen footy state, Tasmania Football Club's been launched as the Tasmania Devils. It was granted the 19th AFL licence in a deal signed between the state government and the AFL last May, conditional on a new 23,000-seat stadium being built on Hobart's waterfront. The club's colours will be myrtle green, primrose yellow and rose red. That's ABC News.
You're listening to ABC News Radio.
Laura Chilingirian here with you. Good to have your company. Coming up, communities in the NT hunker down as Tropical Cyclone Megan crosses the coast. The latest in a moment from the Weather Bureau. Russia's President Vladimir Putin secures a fifth term in office in elections labelled a sham by many. And the Cook Islands cracking down on single-use plastics in the tourism sector. Severe tropical cyclone Megan has made landfall in the Northern Territory. The Category 3 storm made landfall in the last few hours, packing wind gusts of 200 kilometres an hour. Residents in the nearby remote community of Borroloola have been bunkering down after attempts to evacuate them to Darwin had to be aborted earlier today. For the latest, I'm joined by Senior Meteorologist with the Bureau of Meteorology, Billy Lynch. Billy, hi there. What kind of winds and gusts has Tropical Cyclone Megan brought with it?
Yeah, hi Laura. Well, yeah, as you mentioned in your intro, as it made landfall, we were estimating it to make wind gusts of around 195 to 200 kilometres per hour. So that's, a mid-strength Category 3 system, so a very powerful system. We've got one automatic weather station pretty close to landfall, actually. So it's about 30 kilometres to the northwest of where it made landfall, and that measured an astonishing 170 kilometre per hour wind gust around about 3 o'clock tonight. So that's verified the strength of the system quite well. So yeah, very powerful system in the core of that cyclone, and it's starting to push inland now.
So do we know where it is at the moment and where it's heading?
Yeah, absolutely. So the previous advice that was issued a few hours ago, that had the centre of the system about 70 kilometres to the east of Borroloola. Now it is moving kind of slow but steadily towards the south-southwest. It's probably around about 60 kilometres now to the east of Borroloola. Fortunately, the track does have it kind of splitting the needle between the main communities through that area. It is a pretty remote part of the Northern Territory, but yeah, the communities of Borroloola and Robinson River, the track of the system has it sort of passing almost directly in between, so getting within about 50 kilometres of those two communities, but fortunately not passing directly over them.
Well, that's good to hear. Is Cyclone Megan bringing lots of rain with it as well?
Yeah, most definitely. It's probably been well reported over the last few days up on Groote Island, where we saw, up to 700 millimetres across the last 3 days. just in the rainfall since 9 a.m. this morning, we've seen Centre Island, that one that reported the 170 kilometre per hour wind gust, that's also reported 260 millimetres of rainfall. So that's just since 9 a.m. Borroloola has had 130 millimetres of rain, and MacArthur River Mine, which is a little further inland, 110 millimetres of rain. And that's going to be one of the major concerns during the next few days as this system weakens. It's going to bring a lot of rainfall. We are sort of forecasting, widespread totals of around 200 to 300 millimetres, possibly more, over a 24-hour period during the next few days. So that's definitely going to cause some flooding concerns. And as your listeners might be aware, Borroloola is pretty close to the MacArthur River, so we're expecting some fairly strong rises there.
Okay, so potential for flooding too?
Yeah, most definitely. Yeah, so we issued a flood warning for the MacArthur River at Borroloola today. We're expecting it to at least reach the minor flood level tomorrow, but there are some expectations that it could go beyond that minor flood level as well.
Now, the Defence Force was unable to evacuate people from Borroloola today. Is the weather likely to be a little more, a little easier to handle and to get people out perhaps tomorrow?
Yeah, look, that would be the expectation. So we're expecting the tropical cyclone to weaken down to Category 2 later this evening, and then Category 1 early tomorrow morning, and then back to a low-pressure system by around mid-morning tomorrow. So for Borroloola tonight, definitely in for a wet and windy period. So wind gusts could get up to around 120 kilometres per hour overnight. At the moment, our observations have it sort of gusting up to around 80 kilometres per hour. But yeah, as the cyclone moves further inland, we could see wind gusts there around 120 kilometres per hour, probably lasting all night, not easing until probably the mid-morning. From then on, winds will become easier, but it's still going to be very wet, still very heavy rainfall persisting through Borroloola tomorrow.
Okay, Billy, we'll appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Laura.
That's Billy Lynch there, Senior Meteorologist at the Bureau. Let's head to Russia now, where the President Vladimir Putin has claimed victory in presidential elections, with preliminary results awarding him almost 90% of the vote.
We have a lot of specific important tasks ahead. The result of the election signifies trust on the part of the country's citizens and their hope that we will do just as we planned.
Well, the Russian leader had no credible opponent, so his fifth term was all but guaranteed. The election comes just over 2 years since Putin triggered the deadliest European conflict since World War II by ordering the invasion of Ukraine. 2022 Nobel Peace Prize winner and human rights defender Ukrainian Alexandra Matvichuk has been giving her reaction to the Russian election result.
I think that it's really important to call a spade and to say that there are no election in Russia. And Putin is not longer president of Russia, but a dictator who has usurped power.
You call him a dictator. Your president, Volodymyr Zelensky, said again, he called also him a dictator who's been simulating another election. At the same time, Mr. Putin said that he's going to be prioritizing what he called the special military operation in Ukraine. Does that worry you, and might it point to a longer drawn war in your country?
It's a very good time for Putin to continue this bloody war, because Russia only officially spent 40% of their budget for military expenses, while military support to Ukraine and United States is blocked. And we feel the lack of weapons in the battlefield. So unfortunately, we can easily predict that after this fake election, he will go further.
6 more years in power for Mr. Putin, and I say he will go farther. What worries you the most?
We have no choice in this war because this war has a genocidal character, and if we stop fighting, there will be no more us. Putin openly said that Ukrainians do not exist, that we are the same nation as Russians. And as a human rights lawyer, I documented for 10 years how these words are transferred in a horrible practice when Russian troops deliberately exterminate active local people, how they forcibly deported Ukrainian children to Russia to bring them up as Russians, and how they ban Ukrainian language, history, and destroy Ukrainian cultural heritage. So I really worried that if we will not get military support, as our international partners promised us to be with us as long as it takes, we will have more and more deaths.
You and other people that you work with have created what you call the Tribunal for Putin initiative, and that is to document the international crimes. With this now extension in power up to 2030, does that throw a spanner in your work trying to get Mr. Putin arrested, because he will be under immunity, I imagine?
The problem is that we face with accountability gap. There is no international court who can prosecute Putin and his surrounding for the crime of aggression. And all the atrocities which we are documenting, it's a result of his leadership decision to start this war. And that is why for all these years of large-scale war, we are promoting the idea of creation a special tribunal of aggression. And this is important not just for Ukraine. If we want to stop and prevent wars in the future, we have to punish the states and their leaders who start such wars in the present.
It's 2022 Nobel Peace Prize winner and human rights defender Ukrainian Alexandra Matvichuk speaking there with the BBC's Victoria Uankhunda. Time now for the headlines. The Israeli military says it has taken control of Al-Shifa hospital in Gaza and detained 80 suspects during an operation to arrest Hamas operatives. It says we're using the complex as a command centre. Malaysia's former Prime Minister, 98-year-old Mahathir Mohamad, has been discharged from hospital nearly 3 months after he was admitted for an infection. A 2-week hearing has begun in the Federal Court in Sydney today to determine compensation for workers who were illegally sacked by Qantas during the COVID-19 pandemic. And the AFL's 19th team is to be known as the Tasmania Devils. They will now play in the state's traditional footballing colours of green, red and yellow. If you have a question about anything in the world right now, you can always find an answer online in a matter of seconds by tapping your query into a search engine. But now the National Consumer Watchdog is scrutinising these tools. In particular, it's taking a look at Google's dominance of the market and what that means for you, the Australian consumer. Isabel Masali reports.
Perth woman Karen Dauncey teaches small businesses how to get more customers through a search engine. And you can probably guess which one we're talking about.
No one's ever asked me how to rank better on Bing.
She points out the dominance of Google is so big, people tend to use the phrase Google it instead of searching online. That means where certain results rank can make a big difference to consumers and businesses.
Google, in terms of the search landscape, have very little competition right now. Their market share is approximately 94%. I would probably say in any industry, it's not good for a business to have such a dominant market share because it doesn't give the user choice.
The Australian Competition and Consumer Commission is re-examining search engines in Australia and its potential impacts. Today, it's launched an appeal for consumers and businesses to share their thoughts on the competition in this space and how the quality is changing. Associate Professor Julia Powles examines technology regulation at the University of Western Australia.
So search is really the interface by which most people discover information now. When was the last time you went and consulted a a library index, for example. It's a really key part of our information environment, of public discourse, of education and information retrieval. And we need to really watch how privatised that has become. It's essentially a private theme park at the front of how we discover information, and we really would benefit from getting under the hood of it, requiring certain expectations are met about competition and about choice and about transparency.
She says one of the issues being examined is the impact of artificial intelligence.
I did have a quick look through the 35 questions that the ACCC is asking consumers, and I was struck that right down in the 33rd question, 31st to 33rd, we start to get to questions about search quality. And I think this is really the key issue with generative AI. What is the quality of the results you get through search? There might be lots of problems with the popularity of results that come to the top of a Google search, but they are original content served back up to you through a search engine. Generative AI, of course, synthesises many different results. It still has really significant issues of accuracy, of sourcing, of quality and of bias.
Recent changes made overseas is another reason the ACCC is taking another look at search engines. Catherine Kemp is an Associate Professor at the University of New South Wales.
We're seeing with the passage of the Digital Markets Act in Europe, new upfront rules about how certain digital platforms, including Google, have to conduct themselves in their markets. And for Google, this includes choice screens, giving consumers that upfront choice about who they're going to use as their search on their mobile or their desktop, as well as rules about self-preferencing.
Choice screens allow users to pick which browser they want to use. It's one approach that could reduce reliance on Google. And Dr. Kemp says greater competition is needed so Australians aren't limited to the information served to us by one company.
On the one hand, we have Google making arrangements to pay tens of billions of dollars to be the default search engine on certain browsers and devices. And at the same time, it argues, actually, this is for the benefit of consumers because they prefer Google anyway. If they prefer Google anyway, why pay tens of billions of dollars to be the default?
Public submissions to the ACCC close on April 17. And a report will be provided to the government later this year.
Isabel Masali with that report. Now, the government of Cook Islands is bolstering its fight against single-use plastics by investing millions of dollars into a project aimed at reducing waste in the hospitality, food and tourism sectors. As Dubravka Voloda reports, the country has no on-island recycling facility, and most plastics, well, they end up in landfill.
Lapping waves, white sandy beaches. Cook Islands is the picturesque island paradise, with tourism responsible for 70% of its GDP. But to host visitors, Cook Islands imports most of its goods, and many of them come wrapped in plastic.
We require what we require in our industry, whether it be soaps, shampoos, food, beverages. And really, we're governed by how we receive it from the suppliers, and they are governed by how it's manufactured from their suppliers.
Liana Scott is from the Murray Beach Club Hotel and is the head of the Tourism Industry Council. She says the hotel industry is doing their bit to cut down the waste.
Our jams and honeys and butter used to all come in portion control units. So we work with the supplier in, changing the way we serve breakfast and we serve certain things to our customers, as well as shampoo and conditioner and the toiletries that's used inside rooms. We moved away from the 30ml packaging to refillable 330ml or 500ml packaging.
According to the Cook Islands 2020 waste audit, 1.5 million plastic bottles were imported in a year. The National Environment Service's Siana Fatarao says it will be looking into the local tourism, hospitality and food industries to find more ways to minimize plastic pollution.
tourism is a huge part of our economy here in the Cook Islands, and they are a big stakeholder when it comes to single-use plastics. We are definitely trying to engage and consult with the tourism sector so that we can ensure that their needs are being met and that we can properly align this project with their needs.
She says they're also planning to consult with regional producers to better police what's coming in.
We're hoping to engage with the manufacturers themselves to see, what options could they replace their single-use plastic packaging for alternative packaging that could then be brought into the Cook Islands.
They're also planning to work with community groups in the non-for-profit sectors. To do that, they received support from the United Nations and the Global Environment Facility with about $9 million Australian dollars in funding.
We're trying to promote circular solutions to plastic pollution, so we're hoping that part of this project can go towards reducing the amount of plastics that are imported, and then part of the project can go into enhancing and uplift solutions and alternatives to plastic within the Cook Islands.
She says this project will not look at waste management. Vanuatu has also been looking at what to do with its plastic waste. Tourism contributes to roughly 36% of its GDP. In a private project aimed at hotels, resorts and other for-profits, participating businesses can now add recyclables to bins they hire. A baler has arrived in country with a first bale made up of 10,000 bottles waiting to be exported overseas. Back in Cook Islands, Ms. Scott hopes the funds will be used in a meaningful way.
I really hope that if there is some funding, that it goes towards something that is going to help support future generations.
That is a report from Dubravka Valoda there. To sport now, and Lauren Jackson has added a sixth WNBL title to her staggering trophy collection, with the Australian basketball legend helping the Southside Flyers to their fifth franchise victory on Sunday. The win comes 25 years after her first WNBL title and 14 years after she last lifted the trophy in Australia. Neve Owens spoke with the Australian basketball legend, Lauren Jackson, about taking the title.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, it did. It was very special. It's been a crazy ride this year with Southside. We've sort of been up and down a lot, but I think a lot of the teams have. We stuck with it. We stuck to the process and, it all came together at the end for us.
Can't finish. Jackson there. Opening points for Aldray.
You had your two boys there courtside. What was it like having Harry and Lenny both there to celebrate with you and at ages that they'll really remember this as well?
I think that's just made it so much more special. What I know about my first career, I call it, my first basketball career, championships are not easy to come by, like in any league. You fight, you have to fight for the season. It's a journey. There's ups and downs and it's a real roller coaster. But having my kids throughout this season, obviously, being able to come home and have them level me out, they just put everything into perspective. That's all that matters. They are all that matters. To me, I think that's probably been the most special thing, is that just having that balancing act of being a mum and also having to be a high-level professional athlete. And then also trying to find my game again and finding my confidence in my body and everything like that. It's been a real battle.
Jackson, long two, is good. Swish. Don't likes that.
And I really didn't even start playing well until the second half of the season. It's been a real sort of mental slog, this one.
If that other career was your first career, what's the next step for Lauren Jackson 2.0?
Oh, I just want to get home. I just want to get back to Albury and just be with my kids. I think it's really time for me to focus on them now and what they need. I think they've had enough of following me around and it's hard on them. I'm just looking forward to being able to go back to being a normal mum and, doing my day job. Life's good. I can still train and work out and have fun, but it's got to be about the kids now.
You've also completely bossed the back end of this season, the final series as well. So the questions will come over the next few months about whether a Paris Renaissance is on the cards. What do you think about that, the Olympic Games, the Opals, and also the support that exists around mums, around female athletes, to give athletes the opportunities to make these decisions on their own terms?
Oh, look, there is support. You know, for me personally, Basketball Australia has been incredible because I've been working for them. I've been playing with the Opals and with Southside, and I'm a single mum and I'm not living in my home. You know, I'm in Melbourne at the moment. They've been so super supportive, and I know that, you know, if I did make the decision to go around again, I know that I would have the support. It's a really personal decision, and when it comes down to it, it's going to be about the kids. I don't think that I can say I'm going to play if they don't want me to. That's literally what it's going to come down to. Well, no, I mean, it's a really hard one. Like, you have to be a part of the conversations I have with my children, what they talk to me about when they leave me, when I have to go away for work or basketball or anything. It's actually so hard that it breaks my heart.
That's Australian basketball legend Lauren Jackson speaking to Neve Owens after the Southside Flyers championship run in the WNBL this season. Quick check of the share market. It's made some gains today despite starting in the red. The ASX 200 closed just slightly higher to 7,675. The Aussie dollar flat at 65.7 US cents. Taking a look at the weather right now, it's 25 degrees in Brisbane, a shower or two and a top of 29 tomorrow. Sydney currently 22 degrees, also a shower or two, heading for a top of 28. In the nation's capital, currently 18 degrees, down to 14 tonight, a shower or two and a top of 28 for you tomorrow. Melbourne, it's 25 right now, windy and showers developing with a high of 30 forecast for Tuesday. Hobart, currently 22 degrees, windy, a shower or two and 29 the top there tomorrow. In Adelaide, it's 21 right now. You're in for a shower or two and 24. Perth, 24 degrees, a sunny 28 on Tuesday, and it's 29 in Darwin, partly cloudy and 33 tomorrow. 9 o'clock Eastern Daylight Time, it's 8:30 in South Australia, 8 in Queensland, 7:30 in the Northern Territory, and 6 o'clock in the West.
ABC News with Glenn Lauder. Severe tropical cyclone Megan has moved over the coast of the Northern Territory east of Borroloola, bringing heavy rain and destructive winds. Evacuation planes circled the remote community for about 5 hours today before they had to abandon their attempts due to safety concerns. Residents of the town have instead been told to shelter in cyclone-rated buildings, with wind gusts of 82 kilometres an hour recorded. Incident controller Sonia Kennan says residents are bunkering down.
What it will look like tomorrow, we're looking at getting people in there as soon as we can, making a rapid assessment as to what damage has occurred, what infrastructure needs to be repaired, and what technical or what capability is required to bring the community back to being a place that is able to sustain life.
The Trade Minister insists Australia will continue to work closely with the United States, after earlier telling Parliament he didn't consider the AUKUS partner to be this country's most trusted ally. During question time, Don Farrell said he believed New Zealand held the title of being this country's closest international ally. The acting Foreign Minister later clarified his initial remarks.
We are very close to the United States. I freely concede that. And we'll continue to work closely with the United States on a range of international issues.
The European Union says Israel's provoking famine in Gaza and using starvation as a weapon of war. Aid agencies have repeatedly warned that land routes are the quickest and most effective method of getting aid into Gaza, but Israeli restrictions on such routes mean only a fraction of aid is being delivered. It's seen aid efforts shift to other methods such as air and most recently sea. The EU's foreign policy chief, Josep Borrell, says it's unacceptable.
We cannot stand by and watch Palestinians starve because this famine is not a natural disaster. It's entirely man-made. By whom? By the one that prevents humanitarian support entering into Gaza.
Russian political analysts say it's possible that President Vladimir Putin would have still won the latest election even if he had strong opposing candidates. Initial results suggest he secured 87% of the vote in the election, which has been widely condemned as rigged. Associate Professor of National Security at Curtin University, Alexei Muraveyev, says it's a believable outcome as Mr Putin has a power base of working-class voters.
Russia right now is on the crossroads, so in any other way we can question how many actual percentage Putin have won, but I cannot possibly imagine it would be lower than 70%. It's still a landsliding victory for him compared to the way how the other candidates performed.
Police have labelled a Melbourne woman who pulled 3 unconscious swimmers from the water at a beach near Apollo Bay a hero. Here's Angus Delaney.
Brianna Hurst was on holiday when she noticed a group of swimmers in trouble at the unpatrolled Marengo Beach. Without hesitation, she swam out, pulling all 3 ashore one by one. The men were all aged in their 20s. Victoria Police Senior Sergeant Stephen Bull says Miss Hurst put herself at risk retrieving the swimmers.
There's no other word that I can use other than heroic.
While one man died at the scene, one remains in a serious condition, the other is now stable. Miss Hurst said she's glad she could help.
I hate to imagine what would have happened if I wasn't there.
26 drownings this summer in Victoria make it the deadliest ever recorded.
Victoria's Public Transport Minister says the Rail and Tram and Bus Union has received a pay offer from V-Line as industrial action over better pay and conditions continues. V-Line services will again be suspended on Friday morning, with delays expected to be felt throughout the day. The Minister, Gabrielle Williams, is confident that a deal will be reached.
Look, we're working, and I know V-Line is working very hard to make sure that progress is being made, as is the union, and there's been an enormous effort put into trying to resolve the dispute as soon as possible and arrive at a deal that everybody is happy with.
And the Queensland government's rejected an independent Olympic infrastructure review to build a new multi-billion-dollar stadium in Brisbane's Victoria Park. The review, led by the former Lord Mayor Graham Quirks, recommended scrapping the Gabba rebuild in favour of a new stadium at Hurston at a marginally higher cost of up to $3.4 billion. But Premier Stephen Miles says the government won't accept the Victoria Park Stadium proposal. Lang Park will host the opening and closing ceremonies. The Queensland Sport and Athletics Centre will host athletics. ABC News.
You're listening to ABC News Radio.
Good evening, Tim Shepherd with you on ABC News Radio, and welcome to our listeners who've been with federal parliaments all day. Coming up on the program, a landmark court ruling will see Uber compensate thousands of taxi drivers to the tune of $272 million. The Queensland Government won't build a new multi-billion-dollar stadium in Brisbane despite a review it commissioned recommending it. And a Victorian woman who pulled 3 swimmers from the surf has been hailed as a hero. It's been described as the 5th largest class action settlement in Australia's legal history. Uber has today agreed to pay almost $272 million to compensate thousands of taxi and hire car drivers and operators. Maurice Blackburn lawyers launched lawsuits in 2019 alleging that when Uber Australia and its parent companies entered the market, they knowingly operated illegally and therefore had an unfair advantage over taxi and hire car drivers who were complying with the law. Rod Barton has been in the taxi and car hire industry for more than 30 years and helped bring the case to Maurice Blackburn. He's also a former Transport Matters MP in Victoria.
Very pleased, and I'm very excited, but it's sort of like a huge weight has been lifted off our shoulders. We're certainly feeling vindicated. We certainly had discussions with the government back in 2017 about the behaviour of Uber and the government's lack of response, and we certainly feel vindicated today.
What was the impact of your taxi business when Uber kind of marched onto the scene here in Australia? What sort of effects did it have on your profession?
It was almost like someone turned off the tap. We had around about 7,000 to 8,000 commercial passenger vehicles, and when Uber came into the market, it multiplied by 10, And now we've got something like 75,000 drivers and 100,000 vehicles, according to the regulator. You can't cut the pie in so many slices and make it a viable living. Certainly most drivers who are working full-time would say that they don't make a living wage, and there are many struggling to make the minimum wage.
And it pushed back to your retirement, I understand. That must have been a real source of stress for you.
Oh, there's no question. We went from a situation, we were restoring an old weatherboard house up the country. When my wife and I were going to retire, we had the perfect storm. That is, our income dropped by half at least, but we still had all the expensive motor cars for running a limousine service and all that sort of stuff. And the repayments on the cars didn't drop in half, and I can tell you my mortgages didn't drop in half. And it got to the stage we couldn't hang on. And so what's happened now is that at 66 years of age, I will never be able to buy a home again. I'm renting. And I'm in a fortunate position at the moment that I'm still working. Well, what happens is in the years to come, when I can't work and whether I'm being able to support myself, that is the ramifications when the illegal entry of Uber.
So what's a taxi licence worth? And how much did you reckon Uber and its entry into the Australian market devalued that licence?
Well, the licences at their peak was over $500,000. And what happened, they influenced their behaviour and influenced the government, and licence values just collapsed. And at the end of the day, it was the previous Andrews government revoked all the licences and paid a partial compensation for some of the licences. I know for the public, when they hear that we got $100,000 for a taxi licence, but if you've only had that for 4 years and you've paid $400,000 for it, you're left with a $300,000 worth of debt where you don't have the capacity because of the oversaturation of the market to run down that debt.
In a statement provided to the ABC, Uber said that ride-sharing regulations, quote, did not exist anywhere in the world, let alone in Australia. When the company first started, is Uber really to blame for taking advantage of an opportunity in the market, a gap in regulation, if you like? I mean, where should the blame really lie?
This is the furphy that, and I think the gloss is well and truly off Uber these days. Uber is a taxi company from San Francisco. They try doing all this business that we're a technology company. They're a taxi company from San Francisco, and they should have been required to meet the same rules and regulations as taxis in Australia, or the state government should have removed all the restrictions and the cost from taxis so we could compete with them, which includes surge pricing and all those sorts of things. But the government will have a bet each way.
I think I read 8,000 taxi and hire car owners are part of this class action suit. So, I mean, it's a Pyrrhic victory in one sense, because when it's divided up 8,000 ways, will this money change your life in any way? How much do you expect to get?
Oh, we have absolutely no idea who's going to get what, because it'll be depending on your involvement in the industry. Were you a part-time operator and you worked a few hours a week, or did you own a licence, or were you just a driver? Did you own cars and licences? Did you have a business? Are you an operator? So it's really impossible to say who's going to get what, but it won't be the same for everybody. And the only thing I can say to my 8,000 colleagues is that the court will determine the payments to everybody, and it'll be thoroughly checked.
That was Rob Martin, a former taxi driver and former Transport Matters MP in Victoria, speaking to Andy Park. And in a statement provided to the ABC, Uber says since 2018, Uber has made significant contributions into various state-level taxi compensation schemes. And with today's proposed settlements, we put these legacy issues firmly in our past. Well, let's head overseas now. Haiti's already precarious situation has quickly deteriorated over the past weeks. Gang violence has escalated as they launched coordinated attacks on key facilities, and the Prime Minister, Ariel Henry, has also resigned. In total, more than 360,000 people have been internally displaced. On Sunday, a group of American citizens managed to leave the country, as the BBC's Will Grant reports.
And with that, a charter flight laid on by the US State Department for stranded Americans left Haiti. Around 60 US citizens took up their government's offer and flew out of the country to Florida. One of those on board, agricultural scientist Brian Kontz, said while he had no sense of panic, it was also time for him to leave.
I was scheduled for 2 weeks ago. That was scheduled more than a month out. So I have work to get back to in the US. So this is not an emergency for me.
For millions of Haitians, though, the situation most certainly is an emergency, and leaving on a flight to the US isn't a luxury which is available to them. At the bus terminal in the coastal city of Cap Haitian, passengers from the gang-controlled capital, Port-au-Prince, disembarked following a harrowing journey. The driver made us crouch down in our seats as we drove through gang checkpoints, said one passenger who didn't want to give his name. Clearly shaken by the experience, he said the road was controlled by gunmen and bandits from several different groups, and the passengers heard gunfire as they were driving. Cap Haitian's market is like a microcosm of the chaos that reigns in Haiti.
Hundreds of tiny stores on the waterfront of this coastal city, selling everything from yams and pineapples to counterfeit clothes, batteries and soap. Everywhere, tuk-tuks and motorbikes weave through the traffic, with men sitting on the roofs of the minibuses that speed around the city. But while Cap Haitian may be an assault on the senses and suffers from almost all of Haiti's main problems, it doesn't suffer from gang violence. And as a result, it's increasingly becoming the main safe haven in this country for displaced people.
Gang violence has been going on for many months in Haiti. In that time, huge numbers of people have been forced to leave their homes for fear of their lives. Fanel Pierre arrived from Port-au-Prince 6 months ago. He'd been a successful businessman, running a company importing construction materials. However, the gangs took it all from him, destroying his business, ransacking his home and trying to kidnap him. He and his family are safe, but now live in abject poverty, he told me through an interpreter.
I'm alive, but I'm not living. The house I left, it's 7 bedrooms where I can live with my wife, with my kids today, and I can't even afford a bed. As I need to be somewhere, as I need to stay alive, I'm here. But morally, emotionally, I'm nothing.
Meanwhile, the gangs have taken on a frightening new tone. An armed group called Unité Village de Dieu have released a slickly produced video which shows them dressed in black combat gear, wielding automatic rifles, apparently ready to take on the Haitian police or any international security force which might be deployed here.
We have a situation of anarchy because the gangs become another institution of the state.
Yuri Latortu was the president of the Senate in 2017. In a sign of the dysfunction in the country's politics, he's currently under US sanctions for alleged links to drug trafficking and armed criminal gangs, something he robustly denies. Instead, he blames Washington's deposed ally, Prime Minister Ariel Henry, and had some advice for the US.
Don't come and try to do everything. Let's work together. And I think at this moment we have a better reason.
In the face of Haiti's biggest humanitarian emergency in years, aid is still only trickling in. The need is urgent, with hundreds of thousands facing famine-like conditions. With no sign of a joined-up international response yet, long queues of traders at the border with the Dominican Republic to bring in urgently needed supplies, even if they must physically carry them into Haiti one load at a time.
The BBC's Will Grant with that report. This is ABC News Radio. I'm Tim Shepherd making news. Israeli forces say they've arrested at least 80 suspects in a raid launched on Al-Shifa hospital in northern Gaza City, accusing Hamas militants of regrouping there and using it as a base. Ukraine's military says it shot down 17 of 22 drones that Russia launched in overnight attacks that were aimed at areas nationwide. Thai police will ban a pair of New Zealand brothers from ever returning to the country after they allegedly attacked a police officer who pulled them over for speeding. And Spanish tennis player Carlos Alcaraz has won the Indian Wells men's title for the second year in a row, while world number one Iga Swiatek took out the women's title. The Queensland Government will not follow a recommendation to build a new multi-billion-dollar stadium in Brisbane's Victoria Park. Former Lord Mayor Graham Quirk's review of Olympic and Paralympic infrastructure recommended constructing a 55,000-seat greenfield stadium at a cost of up to $3.4 billion. The state government's announced it will accept most of the report's 30 recommendations and won't rebuild the Gabba Stadium. But Premier Stephen Miles says he can't justify spending billions on a new stadium when many Queenslanders are struggling financially. Graham Quirk led the review and began by explaining why they recommended building a new stadium in the first place.
Did a deep dive search into the Gabba itself, and we found that there are a number of shortcomings, and even a total rebuild would still not produce a Tier 1 top-level stadium. That's simply because of the limited space that's available on the Gabba site. We also looked at the Cusack site at Nathan, which was the home of athletics and the opening ceremony in the Commonwealth Games of 1982. But we found, again, for what would be a significant expenditure out on that site, there would be very limited legacy opportunities. And that's why we were drawn to the idea that if a new Tier 1 stadium, which would be up there with the best stadiums in Australia, on a new site of Victoria Park, that would be the best option. It would also allow AFL and cricket to do a smooth transition from the Gabba site when the new Victoria Stadium or Victoria Park Stadium was completed.
So you mentioned there that you did consider the old QE2 in your review, but in that you didn't mention Lang Park. Did you consider Lang Park as the site for the opening and closing ceremonies?
Well, our job was not to look at opening and closing ceremonies. It was purely to look at venues for Olympic and Paralympic events. But it didn't include the Athletes Village. It didn't include opening and closing ceremonies. So all we could say about Suncorp is it's a perfectly good site and it would be usable for Games events. But the issue for us was that the Gabba will eventually, and that would be sometime in the next decade, run out of its natural life. And so that was the basis on which we were saying, well, rather than investing money there to keep it going, as will be the case now, we'd be better off to invest that money into a new stadium, and then the Gabba could be turned into offsetting green space or a mixture of parkland and housing developments in that location.
Yeah, but we can push the Gabba to one side now because it's totally out of the picture. You mentioned QE2, you did consider that, but you mentioned there that I think you essentially said for the investment it wasn't going to be a reasonable return when you compared it with other options. Is that the case with comparing it to Victoria Park?
Yeah, that was clearly our finding, that from a value for money perspective, from a legacy, what do you do at the site after it, after having invested what will need to be about $1.5 billion on our estimates at the Cusack site at Nathan, the old QE2 site as you describe it. That's a lot of money, and we couldn't find a significant legacy benefit. We had a good hard look at all of these sites, including a couple of others, and that's why Victoria Park did come up as the clear best option.
And why didn't you come to the conclusion that there'd be a good legacy benefit at the old QE2? Because if they did upgrade that significantly, wouldn't it be a prime athletics track for decades and decades to come?
Yes, but it won't have a broader Queensland community legacy. And that was the point. With a stadium in Victoria Park, we could have a facility which is new, which provides decent facilities for cricket and AFL, remembering that, you know, cricket's been starting to lose its status up here because of the state of the stadium at the Gabba, and knowing that that the AFL and cricket will also, it will be a site where, you know, many other concerts and the like could be held. So it provided a broad community legacy as opposed to what will be a very narrow legacy, as I see it, and the panel saw it, at the QPAC site.
Yeah, so you still maintain that QE2 would have been a better option than Victoria Park would have been a better option than QE2?
Yeah. I mean, that was our findings, and for anyone that reads the report, you will see the findings that led to our recommendations. And again, our whole, if you like, operation was about looking at legacy. We have not recommended anything that is just for an Olympic and Paralympic Games. Everything that we've recommended is something that is needed by the Brisbane, the region and the Queensland community into the future. And so as I say, we have tried to avoid building something just for the Games. And that's where we saw the QSAC site as being, or the QE2 site, as others know it, has been a very limited legacy into the future.
So very briefly, do you think this is a mistake?
Oh, look, it's not up to me to comment on that. We've gone about doing a report, presenting that report to the government in good faith. I said I would only do this at the start if it was going to be genuinely independent, and that's what we have done in terms of our recommendations. They are independent recommendations based on legacy and value for money.
That was the former Brisbane Lord Mayor Graham Quirk, who was commissioned to review the Olympic infrastructure ahead of the 2032 Games in Brisbane, and he was speaking there with Joe O'Brien. Well, let's go to Victoria now, where a woman is being praised for her heroic efforts to save 3 men who were drowning in the waters off an unpatrolled beach in the state's southwest yesterday. Brianna Hurst pulled the 3 swimmers from the surf near Apollo Bay. One swimmer unfortunately died at the scene. The other 2 were rushed to hospital. Safety experts say the rescue shows the importance of swimming lessons. Here's Oliver Gordon with more.
Brianna Hurst was enjoying a Sunday on the beach when a man came running from the water calling for help.
As soon as I realised what the situation was, I jumped in.
There were 3 swimmers in the water, unconscious. The 33-year-old, who describes herself as a confident swimmer, wasted no time and says it was instinct that led her to help.
I kind of just jumped into action without really thinking about what I was doing. I guess in reflection, I feel like I did everything that I could have done to help them, so yeah.
That's just instinct.
Yes, yeah, basically.
Ms Hurst swam about 20 metres to the first swimmer and dragged him back to the shore before heading back into the ocean a second and third time to retrieve the 2 other men. Other onlookers had gathered to help, performing CPR.
A lot of other people came and everyone was kind of helping out. A couple of doctors came as well, so they kind of led it from there once they arrived.
One of the men, aged 26, died at the scene. The other 2, aged 23 and 24, were taken to hospital, where they remain. Victoria Police Senior Sergeant Stephen Bull has praised Brianna's efforts while highlighting the dangers of conducting a rescue on an unpatrolled beach.
She's put herself in danger to rescue 3 people that she didn't know at great risk to herself, so there's no other word that I can use other than heroic.
Police are still investigating why the men found themselves in trouble in the water.
It doesn't appear that there was a strong rip or a strong tide, so as I said, we're still working through that as to the exact cause of how they found themselves in this position.
The ABC understands the group of men, who are from Melbourne's western suburbs, are part of the Indian Australian community. The rescue comes just weeks after Victoria's worst beach drowning event in nearly 20 years at Phillip Island, which saw 3 members of Melbourne's Indian Australian community die and another family member travelling from the country. Will Kuhn is the National Manager of Drowning Prevention Strategy at the Royal Lifesaving Society Australia.
We know from previous research that only about 40% of primary school-age kids can meet the benchmark as they leave primary school of swimming continuously for 50 meters and being able to float or tread water for 2 minutes. And that number decreases as you get up into adolescence.
Throughout the COVID pandemic, many children missed out on months or years of swimming lessons, placing added pressure on schools and parents to improve their skills. Will Kuhn hopes lessons can be prioritised in school budgets in the same way they were in the 1980s and 1990s.
People were learning swimming in schools, across the country during those years. Those programs are less popular now. Those programs are impacted by budgets and impacted by other competing priorities. And this really is a complex situation. We've got pool infrastructure across the country that is crumbling. Pools that were built after the Melbourne Olympics or for the Melbourne Olympics are reaching the end of their lifespan in the next decade. And so you've got communities around the country who are facing, the potential to be without a community pool. And so not only is it about a growing population, not only is it about economic pressures, but this is about pool infrastructure. It's about a swimming teacher workforce. It's about a lifeguard workforce. And so this really is a pretty complex problem.
With the country's drowning fatality rate remaining stubbornly high, he's calling on all levels of government to do more to keep the country's swimming skills afloat.
We would strongly, encourage all branches of government, federal, state, territory, and local governments to be prioritizing, water safety education and promoting, programs that teach young people core swimming and water safety skills.
Will Kuhn from the Royal Life Saving Society of Australia, ending Oliver Gordon's report. Taking a look at weather around the nation's capital cities. Let's start in Brisbane, 25 degrees at the moment. Showers possible tomorrow with a top of 29. Sydney, 22 right now. Showers expected as well, and 28 degrees tomorrow. Canberra, 17 at the moment, dropping to 14 overnight. Melbourne, 24 currently, with a top of 30 tomorrow and some showers around. Hobart, 21 at the moment, dropping to 18 overnight, heading for a top of 29 tomorrow. Adelaide, 21, showers expected with a top of 24 tomorrow. Perth, 24 degrees, falling as low as 13 overnight. Tomorrow expected to be pretty sunny with a top of 28. Darwin, right now about 29 degrees, expected to reach 33. It's coming up to 9:30 Australian Eastern Daylight Time, 9 p.m. in South Australia. And
ABC News with Glenn Lauder. Severe tropical cyclone Megan has moved over the coast of the Northern Territory east of Borroloola, bringing heavy rain and destructive winds. Evacuation planes circled the remote community for about 5 hours today before they had to abandon their attempts due to safety concerns. Residents of the town have instead been told to shelter in cyclone-rated buildings, with wind gusts of 82 kilometres an hour recorded. Incident controller Sonia Kennan says residents are bunkering down.
What it will look like tomorrow, we're looking at getting people in there as soon as we can, making a rapid assessment as to what damage has occurred, what infrastructure needs to be repaired, and what technical or what capability is required to bring the community back to being a place that is able to sustain life.
The Trade Minister insists Australia will continue to work closely with the United States, after earlier telling Parliament he didn't consider the AUKUS partner to be this country's most trusted ally. During question time, Don Farrell said he believed New Zealand held the title of being this country's closest international ally. The acting Foreign Minister later clarified his initial remarks.
We are very close to the United States. I freely concede that. And we'll continue to work closely with the United States on a range of international issues.
The European Union says Israel's provoking famine in Gaza and using starvation as a weapon of war. Aid agencies have repeatedly warned that land routes are the quickest and most effective method of getting aid into Gaza, but Israeli restrictions on such routes mean only a fraction of aid is being delivered. It's seen aid efforts shift to other methods, such as air and most recently sea. The EU's foreign policy chief, Josep Borrell, says it's unacceptable.
We cannot stand by and watch Palestinians starve Because this famine is not a natural disaster. It's entirely man-made. By whom? By the one that prevents humanitarian support entering into Gaza.
Russian political analysts say it's possible that President Vladimir Putin would have still won the latest election even if he had strong opposing candidates. Initial results suggest he secured 87% of the vote in the election, which has been widely condemned as rigged. Associate Professor of National Security at Curtin University, Alexei Muravyev, says it's a believable outcome as Mr. Putin has a power base of working-class voters.
Russia right now is on the crossroads, so in any other way we can question how many actual percentage Putin have won, but I cannot possibly imagine it would be lower than 70%. It's still a landsliding victory for him compared to the way how the other candidates performed.
Police have labelled a Melbourne woman who pulled 3 unconscious swimmers from the water at a beach near Apollo Bay a hero. Here's Angus Delaney.
Brianna Hurst was on holiday when she noticed a group of swimmers in trouble at the unpatrolled Marengo Beach. Without hesitation, she swam out, pulling all 3 ashore, one by one. The men were all aged in their 20s. Victoria Police Senior Sergeant Stephen Bull says Miss Hurst put herself at risk retrieving the swimmers.
There's no other word that I can use other than heroic.
While one man died at the scene, one remains in a serious condition, the other is now stable. Miss Hurst said she's glad she could help.
I hate to imagine what would have happened if I wasn't there.
26 drownings this summer in Victoria make it the deadliest ever recorded.
Victoria's Public Transport Minister says the Rail and Tram and Bus Union has received a pay offer from V-Line as industrial action over better pay and conditions continues. V-Line services will again be suspended on Friday morning, with delays expected to be felt throughout the day. The Minister, Gabrielle Williams, is confident that a deal will be reached.
Look, we're working, and I know V-Line is working very hard to make sure that progress is being made, as is the union, and there's been an enormous effort put into trying to resolve the dispute as soon as possible and arrive at a deal that everybody is happy with.
And the Queensland government's rejected an independent Olympic infrastructure review to build a new multi-billion-dollar stadium in Brisbane's Victoria Park. The review, led by the former Lord Mayor Graham Quirks, recommended scrapping the Gabba rebuild in favour of a new stadium at Hurston at a marginally higher cost of up to $3.4 billion. But Premier Stephen Miles says the government won't accept the Victoria Park Stadium proposal. Lang Park will host the opening and closing ceremonies. The Queensland Sport and Athletics Centre will host athletics. ABC News.
You're listening to ABC News Radio.
Hello, Tim Shepherd with you on News Radio. Coming up on the program, the Liberal Party under fire from its own after a pre-selection battle sees an experienced woman lose her top spot on the Senate ballot to a man. And one of English-speaking world's biggest pop stars set social media ablaze by singing in Punjabi. The Liberal Party is again grappling with its troubles attracting and retaining female parliamentarians after one of its most senior members, health spokeswoman Anne Ruston, was relegated to the second spot on the South Australian Senate ticket. She was pipped by a male senator with far less experience but far more factional support. National Affairs Editor Melissa Clark is in Parliament House in Canberra.
This was the pre-selection for the positions on the Senate ticket, and basically if you're on the top of the ticket, you're more likely to win a seat. Now, the most senior South Australian Liberal up for re-election at the next election is Anne Ruston. She's the former Social Services Minister. Currently, she's got the health portfolio, so a senior person on the front bench. But the result of this pre-selection at the weekend was that the South Australian Liberal Party members voted to put Alex Antic at the top of the ticket. He's a backbencher. This is his first term, and also he's a hardline Conservative, while Ruston is a more moderate person in the South Australian Liberal Party. Quite simply, he had the numbers to get the number one spot.
How common are these battles for the top spot on a Senate ticket?
Look, it's actually quite common, and it's certainly not just the Liberal Party. There's another good example recently from South Australia in the Labor Party, where Don Farrell, who is a factional power broker in South Australia, he was pre-selected ahead of Penny Wong, who is one of the most senior women in the Labor Party. And in the end, it was only because he agreed to swap places that Penny Wong secured the top place. Look, when it comes to first position or second position, it's not necessarily that big a deal, because in this case, both Anne Ruston and Alex Antic are likely to be re-elected. They're pretty safe spots. But the symbolism is pretty important. And what this is telling us is that the Liberal Party is preferencing, in this case, Alex Antic as a conservative, relatively inexperienced individual ahead of a very senior and very experienced moderate female. This is something we're seeing in the Liberal Party. It's somewhat following a pattern of the Victorian Liberal Party a few years ago, where an influx of more conservative voting, often church-affiliated members, have been mobilised around conservative issues, and that's leading to pre-selections of candidates like Alex Antic. And look, it's not just in Senate positions. We're seeing this in the House of Representatives too. We've had the seat of Dunkley recently contested in a by-election, where we've had a male pre-selected for the Liberal Party against a push by many within the party to have a female pre-selected. Similar case has just gone on in the seat of Cook that has been made vacant by Scott Morrison's departure. And we're likely to see that battle play out again in the seat of McPherson, where Karen Andrews, again another senior female on the front bench, she's indicated she'll retire at the next election. And it is looking like a male candidate will succeed in getting pre-selection for that seat, despite the push of many senior women to get a female pre-selected.
But the Liberal Party has the stated aim of reaching gender parity in its ranks by 2032. How is it going to do that with pre-selection outcomes like this?
That's a really good question. Look, it's going to be hard for the party to meet that target. Anne Ruston isn't commenting at the moment, but her colleague, who sits on the front bench with her, Senator Jane Hume from Victoria, she's been among those pushing for greater representation of women in the party, and she's described this decision by the South Australian pre-selectors as a mistake, is the word she used, but noted she was pretty powerless to influence it, because the way the Liberal Party works is that pre-selection comes down to the party members. It's not a matter for the parliamentary party. Alex Antic, for his part, says the gender card has been played. He's described it as a grievance narrative, saying the party just needs to focus on the best person for the job, regardless of gender or race or sexuality. So, look, while the party has this target of reaching gender parity by 2032, how to achieve that is very nebulous and not specified. And so far, it's looking like it's going to be a hard ask for the party to meet that target.
Melissa Clark speaking with Samantha Donovan there. The Israeli military says it's launched what it's calling a precise operation in parts of the Al-Shifa hospital in Gaza City. The IDF's military spokesperson, Rear Admiral Daniel Hagari, has accused Hamas of regrouping inside the health facility and using it as a command centre. Hamas has again accused Israel of violating international law. Meanwhile, Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says Palestinian civilians will be given the chance to leave Rafah before Israeli ground forces launch an expected assault on the city in southern Gaza. Israel has proposed setting up a humanitarian islands for Gazans to move to, but aid groups say the plan is practically impossible. Adam Ramadan is the Deputy Director of Rebuilding Alliance, an organisation working to provide aid to Palestinians in war-torn neighbourhoods.
The situation in Gaza is really, really difficult to bear. When we talk to our partners on a daily basis, you know, we're looking at them, we're hearing their stories. You know, just from a physical presence, you see that they're losing weight, and they're losing about half of their body weight just because of the lack of humanitarian aid that's entering. Currently, we're managing over 20 kitchens in Gaza, and we're trying to feed over 50,000 people a day in partnership with the World Food Program. And, you know, Rebuilding Alliance has been in Gaza for 20 years.
Given the years of experience you have there, all the food kitchens that you're working with,
We know that there have been extreme difficulties of bringing aid into the territory. What are your teams on the ground experiencing? Are they also having trouble now getting the food that they need, the supplies that they need?
Yeah, so before the war in Gaza, our community, we were cooking about 4,000 meals a day as part of our commitment to give back to the community. And since the escalation of, the conflict and the war, we've ramped up our efforts to provide aid, cooking almost 50,000 meals a day. And now with the holy month of Ramadan, we're aiming to reach 100,000 meals a day. And with limited aid getting into Rafah, our partnership with the World Food Program, they provide us food commodities, but also majority of our food items are locally sourced. And we are hearing feedback from our partners, the difficulties in obtaining these items and the sourcing of the supplies and the increase in cost. And, even some of the aid that's arriving into Rafah is often rotten or moldy due to the additional challenges of waiting to enter into Gaza.
You mentioned, of course, that this is now the holy month of Ramadan. People there obviously are celebrating in at least some way. What has marking the holy month and these celebrations looks like in the midst of such devastation in Gaza?
Our Palestinian people in Gaza are so resilient. They're not letting anything, come in their way of providing for the displaced families in Rafah. They're coming together as a community. We're seeing doctors, teachers, people of all different, professional backgrounds come together, willing to use their personal resources and funds to ensure that their families around them and their neighbors around them and those displaced have food to eat. And they're breaking fast together. It's such a beautiful thing, and it's bringing me to tears just to think about, such circumstances that they're in, and they're able to come together and empower each other to provide what's best for themselves. And at the same time, it's very devastating to see that the war is still continuing up upon this point, and it's now more than ever that we should be calling for a ceasefire and opening more crossings into Gaza. We need to bring more aid. We need to bring aid into any point into Gaza at this point, because people are starving. We're having reports in the north that people are not receiving food.
Your organization is called Rebuilding Alliance. Part of what you do is help rebuild war-torn communities. When it comes to Gaza, 85% of people are now displaced. More than half of buildings have been destroyed. What would a rebuilding effort even look like in Gaza?
Essentially, right now, our main focus is to provide humanitarian aid to the communities affected by the conflict. We understand that the rebuilding process will take a lot of effort and a really long time. We started back in 2003 with Rachel Corrie when she was killed by the Israeli bulldozer standing in front of a house trying to protect the house that housed her. Rebuilding Alliance started by rebuilding that house that she stood to protect against, and it took a while.
And before I let you go, I know you've actually just returned from the West Bank. You were there with a bipartisan delegation of U.S. Congress members. What was that experience like, and what did you hear from those lawmakers? What was discussed during that trip?
Yeah, part of our advocacy team, we bring U.S. congressional staff members to the West Bank in Jerusalem. We offer this opportunity for them to witness firsthand the realities faced by Palestinians on a daily basis. Since October 7th, there's been a noticeable increase in security checkpoints, heightened military presence, tensions between the Palestinians and the IDF, the Israeli Defense Force. Access into Jerusalem has been severely restricted to Palestinians. Work permits have been stripped from the Palestinians. So we're seeing a huge increase of poverty in the West Bank and in Jerusalem, mainly affecting the Palestinian, the Israeli Arabs. So we're hoping that the experiences that they learned post-October 7th will definitely push for a peace between Israel and Palestine.
That was Adam Ramadan, the Deputy Director of Rebuilding Alliance, speaking to the BBC's Carl Nasman. This is ABC News Radio. I'm Tim Shepherd, making news. The NT Emergency Services Minister says severe tropical cyclone Megan has moved more quickly than expected following the failure of attempts to evacuate the coastal community of Burulula. Overseas, Russian President Vladimir Putin says he will think carefully about who to speak with regarding the possibility of peace in Ukraine in a speech announcing his victory in national elections. The RSPCA has released footage showing what it says is hunters being cruel to ducks on the first day of South Australia's duck hunting season on Saturday. And the official team name and Guernsey for the Tasmania Football Club, set to be the newest addition to the AFL League, have been revealed: the Tasmanian Devils. Well, the Mayor of Paris, Anne Hidalgo, says she hopes that Russian athletes will be banned from taking part in the opening ceremony at the Summer Olympics. The International Olympic Committee will be meeting later today to discuss whether or not Russian and Belarusian athletes will be able to take part. As it stands, Russian and Belarusian athletes will be able to compete at the Olympics as individuals under a neutral flag, if allowed by their sporting federations. But their participation in the opening ceremony is a different matter. There's certainly opposition to them being there at all. Ukraine's world high jump champion, Yaroslava Mahuchich, has called on members of the IOC to visit her country and to see the destruction Russia has caused. CNN's Amanda Davis caught up with Mahuchich.
If it's not already tough enough as an athlete trying to become the world's best, high jumper Yaroslava Mahuchich, like so many of her Ukrainian counterparts, has faced an extra challenge since Russia's full-scale invasion of her country in February 2022. Displaced from her home and training away from her family.
When I go to track, I try to focus only on high jump and don't think about what happened around, really, and it's helped me. But of course, you want to be at home, you want to feel these emotions of home, of friends, of family, but you don't have this. Russia took it from me.
What have they taken from you?
They have taken time with family, time in my hometown, my life. Last year in Dnipro was a big rocket attack. The block of this house was destroyed. And one thing, when you look it on picture, and I understand what happened, but when I came home in October, I went to this building. I saw the kitchen, I saw the toys, and I knew that the people died, and it was weekend. They were at home, and I was so emotional. I started cried, and I know that you should understand that we lost a lot of people, and we should finish this war.
How much do you worry about your family at home when you're away?
2 weeks ago, I think, was rocket attack to Dnipro, to house, and when they didn't show there a lot of garden, something, and I saw and I thought that it was the house of my parents, and it was so stressful to me. I ran to them, but after 30 minutes they answered me that we're okay, it's not our house, and I was breathed out. But it's really tough, and it's a really strange feeling when you think that you can lose your relatives, you can lose your friends and close people, and you cannot change this.
You have made a point of wearing the yellow and blue on your makeup and in your hair. And how important is it for you to represent Ukraine? What does it mean?
It's really, I think, important to represent Ukraine in every field, to show that we continue fighting. The war is not finished, and we want to be independent country.
What do people say to you when you went home about what you're doing?
When I come back home, more people recognize me, and of course say to me thank you that I represent it, and give them some emotions, because every competition I jump in for my nation, really, because I want to make them happy.
Whilst World Athletics, track and field's governing body have said no Russian and Belarusian athletes will be allowed to compete for the foreseeable future, the International Olympic Committee have opened the door for those who meet its criteria in other sports to compete individually at the Paris Olympics as neutral athletes. There was talk that Ukrainian athletes may boycott the Olympics. Have you discussed it?
Of course, it's terrible to boycott of Olympic Games for our Ukrainian because it's the most important competition. But, now I cannot say about this because we will look the IOC Commission, and after this our Olympic Committee will decision. So let's look how it will be.
What will your message to the IOC be?
Be true with yourself and come to Ukraine again to see our all destroyed facilities. Maybe after this you recognize a big problem.
Mahuchik admits it's been difficult to reconcile the most successful period of her career with the tragedy going on at home. She's claimed her first world indoor and outdoor titles in the last 2 years, and now it's about adding Olympic gold in Paris. Can you see yourself going home to Ukraine as an Olympic champion
someday
with that gold medal?
Yeah, I hope that someday it happen.
Yeah. What would it mean to you?
It was my big dream from the childhood that I wanted to represent country. I wanted to show the results, and I wanted to make a show on stadium. So let's look. I hope that someday it happen and I come back home with a medal gold.
Ukraine's world high jump champion Yaroslava Mahuchik speaking there with CNN's Amanda Davis. Well, let's go home now. ABC gardening presenter Sabrina Hahn's passion for horticulture has attracted thousands of fans over the years. But recently she's found a new band of followers, inmates doing time in WA's prison farms. Sabrina visited the Pardalup prison farm to talk with the inmates about using their growing skills to find work once they've served their time inside. With the chronic shortage of skilled agriculture workers, she wants growers to give former prisoners a second chance.
There's no mistaking Sabrina Hahn's trademark laugh or her passion for plants.
I love your veggie patch. It's awesome, yeah.
And the people who grow them.
Well done.
At the Pardalup prison farm, west of Mount Barker, the ABC radio gardening veteran is the guest of honour for the 87 farm workers in prison greens.
Everything's just cropping really well.
Inmates working at the minimum security prison, designed to reintegrate offenders back into the community, produce tons of fruit, vegetables, meat and fish, destined for the state's main prisons.
The leaves look really healthy.
The gardening guru providing impromptu growing tips.
But you will have to thin them out.
And also booking a dinner date.
When I come next time to visit you, Uncle...
I cook for you.
You cook for me?
Okay.
I have...
100%.
Yes. Lemon chicken.
Very good food.
Yeah. Good healthy food.
Yeah, very healthy food.
It's a deal.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Thank you very much.
But she's here on a mission to inspire prisoners to hone their horticultural skills while doing time, to be job ready for WA's food growers who are desperate for workers.
The little nurseries cannot get staff. The farms cannot get staff. And horticulture can take you to many different pathways. There are so many opportunities for everything that involves growing food. To be able to grow your own food in your own district, but to have the skills to know how to grow them, is going to become paramountly important. So the opportunities for work within that industry are enormous. This is a highly productive, minimum low security prison. The prison farm here, not only do they have horticulture, they have aquaculture, they have hydroponics, they have sheep, they have cattle, so they do all the animal welfare. The amount of food that comes out of this farm is incredible. And what I find different about talking to the prisoners here is they have a really strong sense of giving back to community, of actually producing and being a productive part of a much bigger community. But the other big thing about this prison is it gives them the opportunity to learn not just life skills, but skills that they can get employment with when they actually leave prison.
Sabrina Hahn setting an example by hiring ex-convicts in her own business.
They've all talked about giving back to society for the wrongs that they've done. So let's give them the opportunity to do that. Let's support them on that pathway. And I have been very active in doing that, and will continue to.
Sabrina Hahn there speaking to reporter Mark Bennett. Well, it's hard to think of someone more English than the singer-songwriter Ed Sheeran. So news that he's been singing in Punjabi has stunned his fans and set social media ablaze. It happened recently in Mumbai, as the BBC's Ella Bicknell reports.
Now Mumbai, I would like you to make all the noise in the world for Diljit Dosanjh.
Nobody saw it coming. One of the world's biggest singer-songwriters singing in Punjabi with one of India's rising stars. Sporting his T-shirt, tattoos and guitar, he invited the Indian singer Diljit Dosanjh to perform Dosanjh's hit track Lover with him on stage, and all in Punjabi. The performance has gone viral on social media, totalling almost 2 million likes on Instagram. One fan said it was the crossover we never knew we needed, while Varun Dhawan, one of India's biggest film stars, simply wrote, "Global domination." As well as being a huge star in India, Dosanjh is quickly growing his international fan base, last year taking the stage of Coachella in California, as well as collaborating on a track with Cheap Thrills and Chandelier singer Sia. After Saturday's success, fans hope Dosanjh's next release will be with Sheeran, who has long celebrated other musical cultures. In the past, he's teamed up with Colombian singer J Balvin and the Ghanaian rapper Fuse ODG to release tracks in Spanish and Chi. And his 2014 hit Thinking Out Loud was also released in Irish Gaelic. This performance in Mumbai is just one of dozens of concerts before his world tour wraps up in September. Posting on social media, he described his time in Mumbai as incredible, hinting there was more to come.
The BBC's Ella Bicknell with that report. Well, that's all from me this evening. We'll cross to the BBC shortly, and there'll be regular news updates throughout the evening. Right now, though, it's time for news.
ABC News with Glenn Lauder. A tropical cyclone that's made landfall in the Northern Territory is expected to weaken in intensity overnight. Many residents of the remote community of Borroloola have had to take shelter from the Category 3 system flights to land. The NT Emergency Services Minister Brent Potter says severe tropical cyclone Megan has moved quicker than expected.
The advice that we got yesterday was that we had until 10 p.m. this evening or until early Tuesday morning before that cyclone would likely hit that location. This cyclone has moved faster and has developed quicker into Category 3 than we initially anticipated.
The opposition says it's shocked that an Australian government minister would say that he's not sure if Australia's closest ally is the United States. During question time, Trade Minister Don Farrell told Parliament he believes New Zealand is the country's closest ally, not the US. Senator Farrell was asked why Australia had reinstated funding to the United Nations Aid Agency for Palestinians before the US had. Shadow Foreign Minister Simon Birmingham has criticised the statement.
We're quite shocked that an Albanese government minister would be so dismissive or eager to talk down the degree of trust between Australia and the United States at a time when Australia is asking and expecting the US to share its most sensitive defence secrets with us. The least Labor ministers can do is return that trust.
Israeli forces say they've arrested at least 80 suspects in a raid launched on the Al-Shifa hospital in northern Gaza City.
Thousands of displaced people are sheltering. Israel, which has been fiercely criticised for its military assaults on Gaza's faltering health facilities, said there was no obligation for medical staff or patients to leave and that the hospital could continue its important functions. The Hamas committing a war crime and using fabricated narratives to justify its actions. Negotiators from both sides are due in Qatar later today to try to reach a deal on halting the fighting.
The European Union's foreign policy chief says the latest Russian presidential election violated Ukrainian sovereignty, with many under Russian occupation coerced into voting. President Vladimir Putin has claimed victory, securing his position in power for another 6 years. The 27 EU members are expected to issue a joint statement on the elections. Josep Borrell says they took place in a highly restricted environment.
This has not been free and fair elections. This election has been based on repression and intimidation and being held on the Ukrainian occupied territory, violating Ukrainian sovereignty.
Surf lifesavers are urging people to know their swimming capabilities after a deadly drowning in Victoria's southeast. A 23-year-old man died at Marengo Beach. 2 other men in their 20s had to be transported to hospital. One is in a serious condition. The other is now stable. The 3 men were from Melbourne's western suburbs and are understood to be part of the Indian-Australian community. Lifesaving Victoria's executive advisor, Paul Shannon, says it's been a tragic summer for the state.
If you don't have the swimming capability or the knowledge to be able to understand where risk is, you're really putting yourself in danger on our coastline of Victoria.
A telecommunications working group has been established to troubleshoot issues with imminent 3G network shutdowns, which could see some phone users without access to emergency services. Outdated technology on 3G-only handsets and older 4G phones without VoLTE capabilities won't be able to dial 000 once 3G networks close down. The Australian Mobile Telecommunications Association says up to 750,000 Australians will be affected. AMTA CEO Louise Hyland says customers should check their status with service providers rather than calling 000.